Hello, everybody. Welcome to Phonogenics 101. I am back after taking 2 months off because I had Bell's palsy. The last podcast I did was the day after I got it, and that following week, my face got worse and worse. So by the end of the week, I was like this, like I couldn't talk. But it's unfreezing, and I can see 3 more teeth than I could see 2 weeks ago. So when you see a new tooth, you're making progress. But it's good to be back here with the Joni Mitchell family. We only have 3 episodes left in our main series, and of course we'll do some. I think we'll all be friends forever and do something. But yeah, I think everyone here has been on the panel before, so we don't have to go around and introduce ourselves. But does anybody want to throw out anything they want to say before we jump into the album?
So I just want to say hi to everybody. I am not staying for the group tonight. I just wanted to see all your smiling faces and send you my love and respect. I am one of those people, those weirdos that like this album. I do believe that there's some great stuff here, and I love Joni Mitchell could sing the want ads, and it'd be great. But then when she reinterprets her own stuff, for me, I really think a lot about a lot of these songs. One thing that Woodstock is my only one that it's really a barking dog for me. I really didn't get it at all, but the orchestrations and stuff for me, I wouldn't say, oh, you know what, I want to go play For the Roses from Travelogue. I would never say that, but when they come up in rotation on my playlist, it's fun to hear these orchestrations and these interpretations and her interpretations of her own stuff. It's always fun. She's always changing, and that's all good. So yeah, I'm not feeling well.
I wish you were going to be here for the Woodstock discussion, because I would try my best.
Yeah, you're gonna change my mind.
I would love to.
So I'll listen in to the replay, and then I'll send you a response. So,
now, pause.
Everybody well.
What would you rate the album on 1 to 10, since you won't be here at the end?
I'd say probably somewhere around a 6 or 7.
Okay.
Because, for me, the effort to reinterpret your own stuff and to collaborate with your ex-husband, okay, and somebody like Vince Mendoza, who I've met when I was on the road with Monterey Jazz, and what a lovely man, and he was really kind enough to spend some time with me and talk about this record and stuff. And we talked about a project that I was working on, and he's, I like his work, and I enjoyed the Both Sides Now concert that I attended with Freda, and I'm a music junkie, so I try to find the pearls and ignore the little the yes, something like that. But yeah.
Well, thank you for stopping in. We will miss you, but we will see you next month for Shine. Correct?
Everybody. Love to everybody. I wish. Yeah, I'll tune in to see the replay and hear Robin and Dave do Dawn Treader.
Cool.
Love to everybody.
Hey, Michael.
Be well.
Bye. Love to you.
So it was 2002. Joni Mitchell threatened us with a trilogy of orchestra albums. The first one was Both Sides Now. The second one was a reinterpretation of her songs, Travelogue. And the third one never materialized. Her, what was it, Depressing Christmas album or something?
Yeah, she really didn't have enough material for that. She had maybe 3 or 4 songs.
It would have been an EP. So when this came out, it was kind of positioned as Joni Mitchell's retiring. This is her last album. This could be the big opus that sums up her career. And I bought it in 2002. I listened to it a couple times. Then it sat on my shelf, and I listened to it again 2 nights ago, and I'll probably never listen to it again. But yeah, I guess let's just go into discussion. Does anyone have anything to say about the album itself, or when you bought it, or anything you want to add?
I did just, yeah.
Okay, Chris and then Bob.
Okay, sorry about that. I just sent a link to everybody with the New York Times review of this album when it came out, and it is pretty scathing, and it goes on and on ad nauseum about one track in particular that so upset the reviewer that it's I think the review says more about the reviewer than it does the record itself. I bought this out in Los Angeles. I was out on another business trip, one of those, early Tuesday morning, 12:01 a.m. Things, picked up a couple of versions of this. And I actually gave these out to other people in my business because I thought that there were quite a few pieces that I felt were really great film cues.
Okay.
And I'll probably point them out as we go on. Usually they were generally introductions for some of the songs, and they seem to be so poignant, some of them, that I really thought they might help a few of my friends out, with some films that they were working on. I never heard that any of them were ever, used even in the edit room, but it was I thought anyway, the production warranted that kind of, it had that kind of cinematic scope to it. But anyway, I was actually very glad when she brought it out. At least on the face of it, I thought it was going to be, I read about recontextualizations. I think some are more successful than others. Some of the tracks were previewed on the Both Sides Now tour, even to the point where there were a couple of the tracks as they appear on the record that they actually started out as a different arrangement for a different track. I'll point that out. And you can, if you find one of the bootleg recordings of the BSN tour, you can actually hear at least one of the ones I'll describe to you guys later. But at any rate, Pete Townsend was a big fan of this record. He
really,
there were at least 2 interviews that I read for him where he was telling people how he would bring this record up, saying how it was like a must listen. So he's a fan.
And will you kindly, once we get to the song that the New York Times reviewer hated, will you bring that up in the discussion?
Sure. I mean, yeah.
All right. So we have Bob, Mark, Jack, Sue, and then Jim is the lineup. Bob.
So, I think what you have to understand is, Joni, even to this day, wants to have product in the marketplace. In 2002, she said, the record industry was a cesspool. She's done. This was it. 2003, she re-releases all the Geffen records in a box set. 2004, she puts out the beginning of Survival, which was all rehashed material. She puts out Dreamland, which is all rehashed material. 2005, she switches over to Starbucks Records and puts out a couple of things. Then Songs of a Prairie Girl, then Shine in 2007. So she didn't want to not be in the marketplace. Travelogue for me, and I got an advanced copy from Les. I bought this, and it's a beautiful package.
It is a nice
We can
package.
talk about the packaging, but the book, the paintings, it's a really, really gorgeous package. So kudos to, I guess, Robbie Cavallino, who probably did that. I didn't do my studying as much as I did because obviously there's no covers on this record to talk about.
I don't think he was the AD on this one.
But Les, anyway, it's a beautiful package. Les had sent me an advance 2 CD copy of the record, so I had heard it. It's not my style. I don't care for it like you, Jeremy. I listened to it, put it aside. It's not something that I would ever pull from. It's interesting, but it's totally unnecessary for me. I think for her, it was just a need to put something in the market.
See, I kind of feel, first of all, I feel like Travelogue is like Every Man I've Loved. A really nice package with just not much inside.
Well, and I think it's like, when you dress up in a tuxedo or a ballroom gown, right? You look great, but that's not the way you normally dress, right? You can't wait to get out of the tux, out of the ballroom gown to put on a t-shirt and jeans or shorts or whatever way you comfortably want to be. And these songs are all songs in tuxedos for me. They're not the way that I want to hear them, that I am used to hearing them. And obviously, I love covers, right? So, I mean,
sure.
So it's not that their songs are being redone, but it's like, I think most of them are just unnecessary and inappropriate.
I feel like, and this is my opinion, which maybe we're jumping ahead, but anything goes tonight. I kind of feel like Joni Mitchell herself was like, I'd love to hear what my songs sound like with a full orchestra. So there was a little bit of a little self-serving thing there. And I think a lot of times, like, you know, it was supposed to be this grand finale of a career. And I just feel like conceptually, that's great, but I just don't feel like it lived up to that, in my opinion. But okay. Mark.
I guess I'm not muted. Well, during the pandemic, I sort of developed this habit of bringing up Jigsaw Planet on my computer and working a 300-piece puzzle while I listened to music. And this sort of turned off all the other distractions in my head, because it takes nothing really much to work a jigsaw puzzle. And really, the music poured in, and I listened to it very closely. Well, before we originally had this Zoom scheduled, I was doing that with Travelogue, and I listened to it several times, the whole thing. And probably that was more than I had listened to it, period. Because I didn't hate it when it came out, but I didn't want to put it into my CD player all the time either. So, but listening to it just in the last month, I find that I really, really did enjoy it. And I think, first of all, Jeremy, I think you're right. I think both sides now kind of gave her the impetus to perform her own material with orchestral settings. But I think a lot of the material benefits the way both sides, now the song did, from her life experience. You can hear that in some of the vocals. You can really hear that she's looking at this from, what was it, 2002, and not from 60 or 70 or whatever. So, and it is a gorgeous package, I agree. That's it.
All right. We have Jack, Sue, Jim, and then David. And actually, David and Robin, do you want to perform before we even go into the songs, just to make sure you guys are taken care of?
Sure.
Okay, we'll do that. So that way, whenever you have to jump off, you're not stuck on here.
Should we get ready?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just give us a moment.
Okay, cool.
Should we do a little sound check?
Yeah, I'm gonna go through Jack, Sue, Jim, and David first, and then we'll go to the performance. All right, Mark, did you have anything else, or you're good? You're good. All right, Jack, you're up.
Yeah, I also happen to really, really like this album. It may help that, you know, as a kid, I played the violin. I was part of an orchestra. So that kind of music is sort of in my blood from childhood. I think her vocals on a lot of these songs are very strong, definitely stronger, I think, than Both Sides Now. I'm also in complete agreement with Paz. You know, I've got most of my music on my iPhone in the car. I just put it on random. And whenever one of these songs pop up, I'm always very, very happy to hear it. I think it's a beautiful music to listen to, like at the start of a long journey. You know, Hajiri used to be and typically is my go-to at the start of a long car drive. But I found the Travelogue also works really, really well with it. I just think it's there's definitely a couple clunkers on here, but I think there's some beautiful, beautiful music on here, and I like it a lot.
All right, wonderful. Sue, you are next, and then Jim, and then David.
Okay. Wait a second. I did something here. So what happened with me is that the early 2000s were a weird time in my life, and I didn't pick up Travelogue at that point. I had heard, I did get Both Sides Now, and I liked it. And I actually thought, after I listened to Both Sides Now, that it would be so fantastic if Joni did a full album with an orchestra, you know. And then it happened, but I didn't pick it up right away. And I started listening to compilations. Like, I know that, you know, Bob was mentioning she's pushing out all these compilations, right? But I listened to the what was the After Survival, or the
Beginning of Survival.
Yeah, beginning of
Survival was all her angry political songs. I freaking adored that album. I loved it. I loved listening to it in the car. And then I got the Love Has Many Faces compilation. And there were some of the Travelogue songs on that. And I just fell in love with the songs that were on the compilation. Especially the last time I saw Richard. For some reason, I thought that sounded incredible. And also, you're going to laugh, but I loved You Dream Flat Tires, right? For some reason, don't ask me why. But but the thing is that listening to it, I listened to it all this week. And of course, I'm drawn to her guitar songs because I love the way she plays guitar. And often when I try to transcribe her songs, I always wondered how wonderful they would sound on harp, because she often sound like, the way she picks the guitar, it sounds like a harp, And there are several songs on this album where there's a harp, playing the guitar lines, and I swoon. I think it sounds amazing. So, and I do agree that there are some songs that do nothing for me on this album, and we'll get to that, but I'd say if this had been one album instead of a double album, it probably would have been better. But
amen to that.
But I really do enjoy several, and I'll gush crazy when they come up. So
I'm kind of excited about this discussion we're going into because I have no idea what to expect here. All right, Jim, and then David.
Can I just tack something on to Sue's real quick? I also had the same reaction, Sue, when I listened to it last week, that even though I enjoyed both albums, I think it would have made a phenomenal single album. Just really, really strong single album.
All right, cool. Jim and David.
Okay, my tribe. It's great to see you guys again. My journey with Joni is a little bit like my journey with Miles Davis in that I wanted to sample every period. So with Miles, there was this one that everybody had told me ahead of time was a stinker when Miles went electric. And I had to find out for myself. And for me, it's a stinker.
Don't make me laugh. My face looks so stupid when I laugh.
She used Baker's Groove for pre-show music at least one tour. Yeah.
Oh,
well, okay, so it's still here, by the way. You notice it's still here. And so with Joni, I'm almost a completist. And this one, she reminds us that the next one and the next, she's wondering, will it thrill us? So this one doesn't maybe thrill us as much as the others, but we couldn't stay away. That's me. I'm out.
And let's just have a little shout out. Did anyone else experience the mid 2000s? Like those compilations just kept damn coming out, and like a new one being announced, would be like, Lord have mercy, not another one.
I felt that as we went along, and then when Songs of a Prairie Girl came through, I thought, well, that's the ultimate one right there.
I was super duper pissed off, as y'all will recall, because by that time, some of us had been tape trading and CD trading for years and had a wealth of stuff to where we knew that there were archive material that was going to be amazing. And Bob Dylan's releasing stuff, Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young's releasing stuff. All these artists are putting out archive material. And Joni's like, nope, not going to do it, never going to do it. Well, she's finally come to the point where she's got nothing left to do except release archive material. So because she wants to keep product in the marketplace, going back to what I said earlier, that's what she's doing. And thank God, because these archives have been manna from heaven,
Amen.
I do propose we discuss every archive in the future too, if everyone's up for it.
My feeling about the compilations is that she wanted people to listen to some of this material that she felt had been overlooked.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, you are going to listen to Snakes and Ladders if it's the damn last thing I do. All right, we have David.
I don't know that it was so much about putting product out.
So I like the compilations, actually. I thought they were an interesting take on her catalog, basically. But about this, I find it really hard to listen to because the first tracks on both discs, like the first 4 tracks on each disc, I find awful, terrible. Like run and turn it off. Ew, stop it. And then they're okay. And then so I dutifully, because I love you all, listen to it. And said, okay, I'm gonna get through to the next track. And they're beautiful. And some of them really are beautiful. Chinese Cafe was really beautiful. But she's got a lot of beautiful songs that she really fucks up terribly. But Chinese Cafe is a beautiful song that she really does well. And also I think Circle Game, it reminded me a lot of her, both sides now. It's like, wow, here's a song that actually has a really lot of depth to it. It's not just a nursery rhyme anymore. And anyway, so that's what I think of this.
David, do we need shirts that say "I survived both discs of Travelogue"?
Yes.
One on the front, the one on the front, and one on the back. Okay, yeah. Chris, your hands back up, and then
just very quickly, I want to. I'm sorry, David. What?
I survived slouching toward Netflix.
Don't even go there. I'm not prepared to go there yet.
I just wanted to say something about the package. The package itself is, it's gorgeous. The case being a booklet, with where the 2 discs sit. This is detached, but unfortunately used to be, installed within it. With all the paintings and the lyrics.
You can see the turbulent indigo shelf in the background of some of the pictures,
and then a separate booklet for the lyrics, all the lyrics themselves. I mean, this was a very expensive package, and that's why it cost $34.99. List. Unfortunately, after buying several of them at list price and handing them out to good friends, as I described, Daedalus Books had a boatload of them for like $6 within 6 months. The retailers probably couldn't wait to hand them back. So I don't know which part of the record company either fronted the money, if it was Joni herself, but somebody lost their shirt on this package. They really did. Bob, tell me.
I mean, it was her first record that did not chart whatsoever in the USA or the UK.
See, Chris, if you bought a few more copies for your friends, it could have hit 99 on the shirts. Okay, is anyone else performing tonight? Sue, are you doing anything?
I could play Just Like This Train. I've been practicing it. If you
okay, wonderful. So let's do a performance. We'll do David and Robin now. We'll do disc 1, and then we'll take a little break, and then we'll do your Just Like This Train for disc 2.
Okay.
We are getting through this whole thing tonight. There's no way that I'm doing 2 parts of Travelogue.
Yeah, right.
No way. Okay.
So I've been listening to you guys, and you're all wrong.
Oh, Dan, please talk. Tell us what we need to know.
I think it's an incredible achievement. I think from a production standpoint, it's the best people in the world. It's mixed by Alan Sides. It's recorded at Air Studios in London. It's got Vince Mendoza's London Philharmonic. It's Brian Blade on drums. It's basically top of the line all the way.
And Billy Preston.
I think that if you look back at Judgment of the Moon and Stars and Down to You and then Paprika Plains, she was headed this direction the whole time. Mm-hmm. She was not given the budget or maybe knew the right people to call upon. But once she knew Herbie Hancock and Wayne Shorter and down the line, she was all set to make the album of her dreams. And she had such a wealth of material to draw from. I agree that some of the tunes don't work as well, and Woodstock is one of them. I think Love is incredible. I think that, in fact, all of the choices from Wild Things Run Fast, which I really dislike that album, I think they're magnificent on this album. I think You Dream Flat Tires, Love, Chinese Cafe, and there's
Be Cool.
Be Cool is great.
All of the jazz ones work because Vince Mendoza is a jazz arranger. He's not a classical musician, he's a jazz arranger. And by this point, Joni was a long established jazz singer. So the jazz tunes totally work. Brian Blade, jazz drummer. So for me, they are wonderful renditions of material that I thought was pretty hokey early 80s stuff on the Wild Things album. Now, something like Amelia was already pretty dreamy and pretty lush originally, so there's nothing really you can add to that. So I think my general comment is that the tunes that used to be intimate needed to stay intimate, and having an orchestra doesn't work. Mm-hmm. But the tunes that had kind of a grand vision originally now get the grand vision, and I think it's fantastic. And it couldn't sound better. I think it should have been a single album, but if this is going to be your swan song and you've got 35 years of recorded work to look back on, how would you narrow it down? She couldn't even narrow it down for the Love Has Many Faces. That came out, what was that, of 4 CDs or something like that?
Yeah, definitely.
She doesn't do narrowing down because she has a large scale, vision of her work. And this was a chance for somebody to write the check and let her do it. And like someone said, the Both Sides Now project had worked really well. It got really well received by the media. She was touring with the orchestra. Everybody was talking about her again. I don't agree this was just to put stuff in the marketplace, like Bob says. I think this was a flowering of a vision that she had been cultivating for 30 years. And one of the things that one second, Bob. One of the things that I love about Vince Mendoza's arrangements is that he very faithfully took his phrases from Joni's phrases. Like if you listen to Judgment of the Moon and Stars, everything she played on the piano is represented by the orchestra. Same thing with Dawn Treader. He made all the voicings were true. He didn't insert his own thing very much, and so the tunes that are extrapolations of her guitar and piano pieces, I think, are magnificent, because I think that's how she envisioned them in the first place. Go ahead, Bob.
So all I'll add is that, first of all, Dave, I highly treasure your comments. You're probably one of the reasons I even called in to Travelogue to hear what you had to say for it, because I know you'd be able to justify musically what's going on here. Historically, all I'll add is that this double album was to complete her contract with Warner, and Warner turned the album down. They did not want it. So she took it to Nonesuch, who then released it. So, whether it was stuff for the marketplace or not, you can be left that to discussion, and we can have our differences of opinion. But historically, that's what happened. She needed 2 more records for Warner. She made these 2 records. They said, we don't want them. So she took them to Nonesuch where it was released.
Right. Well, from a point of view of a budget, this would have been a dream budget. Now, just like with movies, not every large scale movie comes off very well. I personally think this does. And I had it in my mind that I didn't really care for this album because I hadn't heard it in a while. But this week I put it on while I was changing strings or something, and I'm going, oh, wow, that sounds great. Oh, and this one sounds great too. And I just kind of was reintroduced to it just this week because of this discussion. And with a few exceptions, a few carve-outs, I'm not a big fan of the Sire of Sorrow and the choir and everything. But again, that was what Joni did originally, but done bigger. So I think that it's very faithful to her own vision of her work as dramatic and filmic. Oh, hey, Ruben. And it certainly comes across as filmic, because you can imagine this music behind film scenes very easily. So we're going to do Dawn Treader, which was one of her most beautifully realized guitar pieces way back in '67.
Do you want me to pause and do a sound check really quick before we go live?
Just check for levels, yeah.
Okay.
So this is our adaptation of Dawn Treader, and the tuning is DGD, DAD, and to make this work, you have to put a D string on the third string so that it's not floppy, and that way you're able to get the unisons in tune. So, hot tip for guitar players: if you're going to play Dawn Treader or I Had a King, you've got to set up your guitar with a fourth string on the third string.
Dedicated guitar.
Paradots and periwinkle blue medallions, gilded galleons spilled across the ocean floor, treasure somewhere in the sea, and he will find where. Never mind their questions, there's no answer for. The roll of the harbor wake, the songs that the rigging makes, the taste of the spray he takes, and he learns to give. He aches and he learns to live. He stakes all his silver on a promise to be free. Mermaids live in colonies. All his sea dreams come to me. City satins left at home, I will not need them. I believe him when he tells of loving me. Something truthful in the sea, your lies will find you. Leave behind your streets, he said, and come to me. Come down from the neon nights, come down from the tourist sites, run down till the rain delights you. You do not hide. Sunlight will renew your pride. Skin white by skin golden, like a promise to be free. Dolphins playing in the sea. All his sea dreams come to me. Seabird, I have seen you fly above the pilings. I am smiling at your circles in the air. I will come and sit by you while he lies sleeping. Fold your fleet wings, I have brought some dreams to share. A dream that you love someone, a dream that the wars are done, a dream that you tell no one but the gray sea. They'll say you are crazy, and a dream of a baby, like a promise to be free. children laughing out to sea. All his sea dreams come to me. All his sea dreams come to me. All his sea dreams come to me.
That was fantastic.
Wow. Fantastic.
I will take that over the Travelogue version any day.
Thanks.
Wow.
Yeah,
Dave, that device sounds really great too, Dave.
that was
Oh,
beautiful.
that's not that, Chris.
A device?
That's just a reverb pedal.
Ah.
Oh,
Wow.
amazing guitar.
I mean, wasn't she just great right out of the box? I mean,
Yes,
what a song.
it was beautiful.
Gorgeous.
It made me
That's
realize how
my
much I missed
favorite
y'all on
song.
the early podcasts too. So I'm glad we got to hear one of the songs from the first time.
Yeah.
That's maybe my favorite song. Period.
Mine too.
I
Mine
love
too.
it.
Well, it really encapsulates this kind of dream state that the first album has a lot of that. You know, Microphone Mountains and this one and Song to a Seagull. And there's this kind of, I mean, you think about what was going on in late '67, the Summer of Love, and and then there's the assassinations and Vietnam, and like none of that is present in her music yet. It's
Right.
She's like writing from this world in her head. There's a little bit of reference to kind of friends in Laurel Canyon, but basically it's kind of this fantasy land that her subject matter, a little bit of that continued into Clouds, but by the time of Blue, she was kind of solidly writing about her insecurities, but that really wasn't happening at the beginning. And it's kind of refreshing, actually, that she was, making this timeless record, timeless in the sense that you can't place it in, oh, that sounds like a 60s album. You know, it really kind of, it does sonically, but the subject matter could be from the 30s, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
This feels like it was her first epic that, that she really, reached to be very more literary in this song than a lot of the other earlier songs. At least it stood out for me on the early on the archive sets.
All of the alliteration that she was so into, and the kind of imagery of, in this case, nautical imagery, but she's just so good at it. She just, like it on Hejira, like we talked about, that she's able to condense such a vivid painting into a line or two where it all scans well, and there's the alliteration to roll off the tongue nicely. And, her English teacher that said, you can paint with words too, really deserves a lot of credit for pushing her in this direction, because she could have been a fashion designer.
And the guitar is gorgeous.
It really is. It's I mean, that arpeggio is so distinctive, and you can only do it in this tuning. So she had to discover the tuning to then find how to do that. And her, you'll notice that the picking is very, on her earlier stuff, long before she got into the brush slap thing of the 90s, she was really into this very kind of classical finger picking.
Yeah.
And she said the artwork also reflected that, because she would do the curly cues and very, very fine detail things like that. And that was the picking style.
Like what, I'm not sure how she learned the guitar. I mean, yes, she was probably self-taught, but she has a very impressive right hand technique. Like when you play the guitar, if you pluck the strings with your hand at this kind of diagonal, you get a lot of squeak off the windings because your hand's at the wrong angle. But if you see pictures or video of her playing, she lets her hand fall so that when she plucks, you just hear the strings and none of the zip of the nail against the string. Now that is really good classical technique, and she had it right from the beginning. So, you know, most people on their first record, they have promise, but you know, you go, well, you know, be nice to see what she does in 5 years. But she really had it going on, you know, from a guitar point of view, certainly from a vocal point of view, and from a writing point of view. So, I'm a fan.
I'm going to get going. It's my close cousin who's like my sister is leaving tomorrow. I only she lives in Texas.
So good to see you, Bob.
We'll tell her that the JMDL sends their commiserations.
Unless she lives in Austin.
No, well, she lives in San Antonio, which is not too bad.
Not too far.
Almost as weird.
Yeah. But anyway, I love all you guys.
We love you.
I'll listen to the podcast later, but we'll see you next time.
We'll see you for Shine.
Okay.
It was really beautiful, Robin.
All right, Bob, your hand is up. We'll do this, and then we'll start into the album.
Yeah. So are we talking about Dawn Treader now, or are we going to put that off and talk these songs in sequence?
Let's talk them in sequence.
Okay. Well, then my hand is down.
Okay. All right. We are going into Travelogue, the album. And I propose that we do something different. Because, you know, why not? Let's shake things up. I think we should show our ratings before we talk about the songs. Thumbs up, sideways, or down. And then we'll go into the discussion. Because I don't want anyone to be influenced. Stop the steal. We got to stop the steal. Now, before we go into the first song, I will say this was Joni's first post 9/11 album. And when I looked at her track list, I'm like, damn, Otis and Marlena for the opening track. I mean, that seemed like such a weird, like, it was never a song that I really thought of as one of her major works. It was always kind of a little bit of a throwaway to me, a little whatever. But then she had the Muslim stick-up Washington line. I'm like, oh dear. I thought the timing was very weird for an opening track for this opus. And let me say one more thing before we go into the album. Consider to ourselves how we would have felt about this album if Shine never happened. What if this really had been her final album? Would we look at it differently than we do now? So just something to think about. I think I would probably look at it differently if it actually was the real end of Joni Mitchell's recorded output. Okay, we have 22 songs to cover. And let's give our rating. Okay, Otis and Marlena, the Travelogue version. I give it a sideways. So we have how many thumbs? Okay, if you have thumbs up, keep your thumbs up. We have 3 thumbs up, 4 thumbs up. Okay, do the sideways. We have 3 sideways, and how many thumbs down?
Bob got 2.
All right. You know, I'll be honest, I don't have too much to say about any of these songs, so I'm just going to kind of host today and listen, and soak in the love and hate that everyone's feeling. Does anyone have anything? Mark, your hand is up. Start her off.
I think that we got a preview of some of these songs on the JMDL, and this was the first one that I remember hearing. But anyway, I always thought it kind of sounded like something from the accompaniment, anyway. The orchestra sounded like something from the 18th century or something. But in listening to it in the past month, what I'm hearing is she's riffing off the Royal Travesty, the Miami Royal. It's like satirically, it's like court music or something like that, like a
That's
presentation
clever.
of court or something like that. And it works for me. I always did like it from the first time I heard it. I won't say anymore.
For some of us, it was the court without the smirk.
Oh, nice.
I'm just full of them tonight, or full of it, one or the other. Okay, we have Bob, Ruben, Sue, and then Chris. That's the lineup. Bob.
So, you know, obviously I can't go on Spotify and listen to Joni music anymore because of her silly nonsense about pulling all of her songs off of there. So I had to pull the CDs out and listen to them. But obviously, you can't listen to this album in one sitting. You just can't. It's torture. So I listened to it over 4 days. I spun like 3 or 4 songs a day. That was about all I could take, you know.
I did it last night.
And so Otis started out, and I made these little comments about each song. They're brief. My comment about Otis and Marlena, I said, "Why?" ? There's no purpose for this song. It's awful. The song is good, but we have to separate the original versions of these songs with the Travelogue adaptations of these songs. And Travelogue adds nothing to Otis and Marlena for
the
me.
cellulate's back again. Okay, Ruben, Sue, and Chris.
I kind of agree with you, Bob, actually. I liked it being on here because it's such a deep cut. I thought it was an interesting way to start the whole album, and interesting that she chose to include it in the first place. It's just sort of out of left field, but I don't know. I liked it. And I with a lot of these songs, I have such a hard time separating these new versions from the originals, because the originals are so familiar to me that the deviations, I really had to consciously stop and think about this as a separate thing, because the original versions are so close to me that I had a hard time with the new ones. And once I was able to sort of put that aside, I liked the record a whole lot better. And I don't know, I thought it certainly didn't add anything to the original, but I liked that she included it in general.
All right, Sue.
So I thought this was a terrible way to start the album. I didn't really it's not so much that I don't like the song. It's just very blah. I mean, the song that on Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, I love. And I think a lot of the reason why I say that is because when I was listening to it, I was, me again with the guitar, I was listening for the beat of the strum and all this, and it didn't really flow for me. I don't know why. I have to be honest and say that when I listened to it, it was the first time I listened to it in a long time. So, and I only had time to go through the whole album once. So maybe if I had a couple more listens, I'd be kinder to it. But the fact that it started the album was pretty jarring to me, that I did not like it. So that's honest.
And Sue, saying that you only sat through the album once, that's still like a 5-hour commitment.
Yeah, but I did it. You know, I played it when I was at work. I played it in the car. I played it when I came home. So
And it's still not
enjoyed listening to it. You know, it was great. But
to me, it was really like good background music. Like I was working on like balancing my checkbook, but it never jumped out to me like the other Joni albums do. Like I would stop in my tracks and like put down the checkbook.
Right.
All
Well,
right.
there were some songs on this that did jump out to me, but this definitely wasn't one.
This wasn't one of them. It's a very, very odd, and I love the original Otis and Marlena. To me, it's not like one of her stellar compositions, but I love all of Don Juan, if we remember. And what a weird opening track. Okay, Chris and then Jack.
Sue, you nailed it. You said exactly half of what I was going to say, which was it was a poor choice to open the record. And earlier, Jeremy, I think you said this earlier too, that this was. I was disappointed because I thought that she was reaching either topically or just to say, "Hey, remember I was prescient. I told you this would happen. You know, I said Muslims, Washington. Yeah, I drew that. You know, I drew that line.
Yes.
So you know, and I thought, you know what, Joan, please don't hit us over that head with that. It's really not the time. I was really a little bit angry about it, and I didn't really love the orchestral arrangement for it. Although I liked her vocal performance, I thought the theater she brought to it was kind of fun. I think the original version is head and shoulders though above it, which is kind of why I gave it the sideways.
And overall, I will say when I listened to the album, I was impressed with her vocals. Were a lot stronger than I remember throughout the whole album. Because I remember like in 2002, you're like, damn, Joni's vocals are shot. They weren't at all. She gave some really, really strong performances. Even when she's doing some of the Night Ride Home stuff, I felt like her voice was just as strong from that album, if not stronger in some cases. Jack.
Yeah, if I was to narrow this down to a single album instead of a double, this is one of the songs I would have left off. I don't find it objectionable to listen to, but I agree that it benefits not at all from the Travelogue treatment. To me, it's just kind of blah, and so anyway, that's about all I got to say.
I'm in a little bit of a silly mood tonight because I'm so happy to be back with y'all. I challenge someone to come up with what would have been a worse opener for Travelogue than Otis and Marlena. Think on that while we have Jim talk, and then afterwards we can share. Jim,
I gotta follow that. Okay, briefly, what I like about this song is that it has this odd kind of herky-jerky rhythm to it, and I think that kind of sets up the lyric. Really, it's like it's an awkward lyric about this awkward old about this old couple who sort of doesn't fit in, and they're trying to have a good time, but even trying to have a good time is difficult. And so I like that rhythm to it.
so my vote for what would have been a worse opener, then we'll go to you, Dave. A worse opener than Otis and Marlena could have only been Smokin' Empty Try Another. Bob in the chat voted for Dancing Clown. Do we have any other contributions to this ridiculous discussion? No.
I would say Raise Dad's Cadillac.
Raise Dad's Cadillac. Sue, don't you hate that song? All right, Dave.
Well, once again, I'm not really in agreement here with you. I like Otis. I've always liked Otis, and I think it's a nice easing into the record. It's not too heavy. It's not making a grand statement. It's just a nice setting of a rather amusing scenario. And I get Chris's, as a New Yorker, I get Chris's bristling at the Muslim stuck-up Washington, the year after 9/11. And I actually hadn't even thought of that, but I think that was jarring when she wrote it too, and they hadn't really begun sticking up Washington yet. But anyway, I love this song because it's a little bit snarky, it's kind of funny, and it's just a nice way to kind of ease into the sound of this record. I think, to answer Jeremy's challenge, I think something like Sire of Sorrow would have been a horrible opening. It's grandiose, it's bombastic in the worst way. So I'm grateful that she kind of snuck into side one with this.
Dave, I agree with you 100%. I think the Sire of Sorrow would have been a worse opener than Smokin'. Okay, Ruben, is your hand up from before, or is it a new one?
That's from before.
Okay, so we have Mark and then Jim.
Well, just for context here, the Muslim stick-up Washington was in reference to the Hanafi siege in 1977, which was when, I forget what the name of the organization was, that actually did take over some buildings in Washington, D.C. And there was a reporter, maybe it was a radio report, somebody was killed and all of that. So that was what that was in reference to. Now, whether she meant to carry that over to 9/11 or not, I don't know. I would think that, no, she did not. I think I don't know. I think that the orchestration is very clever. I like it. And it's a nice reimagining of the song. But that's just me, so done.
All right, Jim.
Okay, as the words guy, I'm going to remind everybody about the way she describes Marlena, and unfortunately, it comes more than halfway through the song. But Marlena, white as stretcher sheets, watches it all from her 10th floor balcony like it's her opera box. That's pretty cinematic.
That's a great line.
That's worthy of Joni.
All right, Chris.
Only to just reflect what Mark was saying. I definitely think this is the booklet. In the booklet, these are her I don't know, up and down, side by side paintings that she had done with, certainly for 9/11. So I think that 9/11 was very, very much in her construction process for this piece. So I don't know. I'm not dissuaded by sort of feeling that there was some need for her to get that out quickly.
Yeah, and truthfully, when I first heard the album, that's the only thing I thought. Like, I felt like that's the only reason she would have chosen Otis and Marlena. Such a random deep cut is to pull out. So that's just what I thought at the time. I guess I kind of still do. Does anyone else have any final thoughts on this song before we move on to the next 20? Dave.
I just think it's a wonderful human comedy. We get plenty of human tragedy, and as speaking in terms of dramatic literature, she could also do human comedy, and Otis is one of her great examples of human comedy. There's a little bit of on Just Like This Train, and some of her later stuff, but generally she's kind of a heavy thinker, and a lot of stuff dwells on her, but not in this song. It's just kind of fun.
We talked about this being one of the snarkiest things she ever wrote when we discussed it for Don Juan.
True, but anyone who's been poolside in at a hotel and seen the kind of people that are around has probably witnessed similar scenes, and it's funny that she'd write a song about it, and of course it's snarky in as much as it's talking about flab and
comedically so snarky. Oh yeah.
but hey, it's Joni Mitchell.
Comedies are often snarky. I mean, you look at Restoration comedy and it's nothing but snarky.
And I live right in the thick of all this down in Florida. All right. Any other thoughts on our friends Otis and Marlena before we move on from them forever? All right. Track number 2. We're going to do Amelia. Oh, Chris, did you have something to say before we move on? No? Okay. So let's do it. Who here gives the Travelogue version of Amelia a thumbs up? We got 2. Who gives it the thumb sideways? We got 2. 3. Who gives it the thumbs down? 1, 2, 3. I can't even count that high. Okay. Amelia, one of my favorite Joni Mitchell songs on Hejira, or how'd you guys pronounce it? Like Hejira? I can't even do that.
Hejira.
I have no need for this orchestra version at all. I have no need for it. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. Take it away, Chris, and then Bob.
Okay, well, you wanted me to tell you what the song was in the review.
There she blows.
The review. It was this. Okay, I will read you from some of the review written by John Rockwell. Okay, it says here, asked recently by WNYC-FM to appear on air with some emblematic examples of American music in the 20th century, I thought of her song Amelia, which was once my prime evidence when I called her a 20th century American Schubert. Okay, he goes on, he talks about, where the song originally appeared and who it's about. Miss Mitchell's words tied together place and heart and mind, myth and history, womanhood and lost love. She starts by evoking the emptiness of desert and sky, 6 vapor trails like the hexagram of the heavens, the strings of my guitar. Her life becomes a travelogue. Okay, it says, let me skip a little bit here. Okay. On the original studio recording, the accompaniment is electric guitars and vibraphones, electronically sustaining Miss Mitchell's own inimitable vocals, cool and clipped, almost pushing this sad, intimate, conversational song along to its conclusion. Even better, really, is the live version on her album Shadows and Light of 1980, just as nervously forward-moving, but with a guitar backing closer to her folkish roots. The new version, indeed, the entire album, comes dressed, in parenthesis, overdressed, in orchestral/soft jazz arrangements by Larry Klein. Doesn't mention Vince. Mr. Klein and Ms. Mitchell were married for 8 years and they broke up domestically in 1994. They've continued to collaborate, blah, blah. Having heard Amelia in its new guise, I think I called it an abomination on the radio.
Oh!
Now I've listened to the whole album. One must make allowances for an artist's right to evolve and for fans' right to cling, even unfairly, to what they once loved. And one must concede a certain winsome communicativeness in Ms. Mitchell's vocal weaknesses. But I still think this set is pretty terrible. I personally have little taste for the kind of bloated symphonic jazz heard here. Ms. Mitchell clearly does have a taste for it, so much so that she now chops up the urgent flow of Amelia for soggy orchestral ditherings between the verses. It's really awful. He just rips it to shreds. Vanity projects like Travelogue. I mean, it really, he spends so much. He ends the entire piece by saying, if you want her unadulterated, buy her albums like Ladies of the Canyon, Blue, Court and Spark, or Hedera. If you want to see her in person, catch John Kelly.
Oh, did anybody hear
of all expression in black and white?
You got it. You're absolutely right. My heart so absolutely sank. I just thought this was one of the most horrible reviews I've ever read. And this record, even this one particular track that I admit is not my particular favorite of the versions available to listen through of the song, because I think it's a brilliant song.
Mm-hmm.
But I still don't think it deserved to be called an abomination in public. I think that was really harsh.
Where did this appear?
New York Times.
Oh, no.
Okay, so I have three quick things, then we're going to move on to Bob. Is there anybody here that watched The Sopranos? Because the whole time you're reading that review, Chris, I felt like Paul did, like, oh. Second of all, I kind of agree with the reviewer a little bit, but we won't say that. And third of all, he must have been a pretty true fan to go as far as Shadows and Light and know that version pretty well.
He called it the American Schubert. Mean, he obviously, thinks a lot of it.
All right, Bob, what would you like to add to this discussion?
So I'll say that Amelia is such a gorgeous song. It's hard to ruin it, even with a bombastic 70-piece orchestra. When I listened to this record and I was taking notes, I was prepared not to like any of it, but I actually did like Amelia. And to me, the word that came through was soaring. The way it was orchestrated, it was like soaring, like Amelia Earhart's plane, like the vapor trails in the sky. I felt this soaring arrangement for this song. And so I thought it worked. I think the song, obviously, we all think Amelia from Hedera is beautiful. I think this song is also beautiful. This arrangement of the song also has a lot of beauty to it.
Okay, would anyone else like to add anything about Amelia before we move on to track 3? Ruben.
I don't know. I am too close to the original, like that reviewer said, but I feel like the original version is such a fantastic recording that if a casual fan had picked this up in 2000, whenever this album came out, and heard Amelia, that they might gloss over it and never bother to go dig deeper and hear the original, because I feel like this version pokes a hole in the original and all of the magic leaked out. And I just think that's a shame. And And then I thought about what Paz said last time about something, and he said she's Joni fucking Mitchell. She can do what she wants, and I agree with that. But I just had a hard time with this one. Out of this whole album, I think this is the one that rubbed me the wrong way the most. But it's my fault because I can't get past the original.
I feel like Amelia, the original, is a sacred. It's a sacred. I can't even think of another word. David, then Jim.
Yeah. I guess what am I trying to say here? That as I mentioned before, one of the things I love so much is the spaciousness, and especially with the whole album Hijra, and this song in particular, it is so complex, and there's so much space in it, and then she just comes in with clodhoppers and just clunks all over it. And it's so, somebody just described it as soaring, and I don't know, maybe I hate to say this, goddamn you all, I might have to listen to this fucking again to figure out what the hell you're talking about, because all I remember is, oh God.
Don't do it, David. You don't have to.
All right. I tell you, it was a work of love and duty to listen to.
Back in the 90s, I worked with this girl, Dina Pigatron, at Arby's. And she's talking about her boyfriend cheating on her. And she's like, I'm good at what I do, ain't no need. And I feel like Joni Mitchell's orchestral version of Amelia, ain't no need.
She's there on the slicer with that big roast beef.
Jim, you're up.
Frankly, I don't remember this version, but the problem with Amelia is that the live version on Shadows and Light was just one of the high points of Western civilization. Truly. I'm glad to have this album, but it might be the only Joni song that I can think of that has a world-class guitar solo too. And anyway, I'm done.
Yeah, when we do our discussion, I guess 2 months from now, where we go over the live albums and compilations, I feel like we have a lot to say about Shadows and Light.
Oh yeah,
I just listened to that album so many times in my life. In fact, someone asked me once, if you could be anywhere in history at any time, where would you be? And I swear it would be Joni Mitchell's Shadows and Light concert. Like
I'd live that day over again and again. That could be my Groundhog Day.
You were there?
Yeah.
Oh, girl, I can't even hide my jealous. I know. Oh,
not at the recording, but I saw
tour. All right. Does anyone else have anything to say about Amelia? All right. Next, we are moving to a version of Wild Things Run Fast, a song, You Dream Flat Tires. Who here gives it a thumbs up? Oh, wow. A lot of thumbs up. Who here gives it a sideways? We got 2 sideways. Who gives it a thumbs down? Just me? Oh, no. Okay, I'm going to talk, then I'm going to shut up. That like that Saturday Night Live organ in there, like, oh, just ruined it for me.
It's Billy Preston, dude.
I don't care. Well, maybe I do care. I'll go back. Is it really Billy Preston playing the organ?
It's really Billy Preston.
Okay. Well, okay, I'll give it a sideways. It's Billy Preston playing the organ. Okay. And Dave Blackburn, I just want to apologize for all the hate I'm giving, but now you guys know how I felt during Chalk Mark in a Rainstorm.
I agree. I think I skipped out from even giving my score on that one because I didn't want to reveal how much I disliked it.
Oh, okay. This is our lineup to talk about You Dream Flat Tires. We have David, Dave, Sue, and then Bob. David, oh, you're not up. Okay, so Dave, Sue, and then Bob.
So this is a song that I actually don't like. I just think it's so good on Travelogue that I came to like it. So I think it swings hard. It's just great jazz orchestration. She sings it great, and it's a kind of a nothing lyric as far as I can tell. But it just really works with this treatment. And so, just to reiterate, I'm not even a fan of the song, but I came to like it whole lot more when I listened to it again on this.
Dave, would you have believed it if someone told you in 1983, years from now, Joni Mitchell's gonna make an orchestra album? The best songs from it will be from Wild Things Run Fast. It's kind of true, though.
Well, I was following her arc, like we all were, and so by the time of Mingus, right, you have to be prepared for her to go any kind of direction next. So I certainly was never one to hope that she kept on making The Hissing of Summer Lawns year
Sure.
after year. As brilliant as it is, she had a vast vision for her music all along, as we heard in Dawn Treader, and then Hejira and Don Juan's Reckless Daughter, and so this to me is just a continuation of that with a good budget. I myself have been spending the last couple of months orchestrating, and it is really fun because you get to envision what kind of lines and what kind of sounds and instruments and textures will bring out the drama in a lyric, or like we were saying about Hejira, about Amelia, how it soars. Well, that's good orchestration, because even though I gave it a thumbs down because I didn't particularly think it was a good choice of song for the treatment, but good orchestration brings out whatever the song has innately to the max. And I think that the jazz tunes, Be Cool and this one, are fun jazz tunes, and she had frickin' Herbie Hancock and Wayne Shorter and Brian Blade. She had the team. So it's as much about the combo as it is about the orchestra. Now, something like the later songs, like Judgment of the Moon and Stars, it's really not much about the combo. It's really all about the orchestra. So to me, this is a band with strings on this song.
When you're talking, I was thinking if I had to hear one Hejira song in this treatment, it might be Blue Motel Room. Like a really old-timey cinematic version. Might have been kind of cool. All right, we have Sue, then Bob, then Jack, then Chris. Oh, you're on mute, Sue.
This is one of the songs I heard first on Love Has Many Faces, and I just loved it so much. I mean, I was just so happy when, like, there was, I can't remember what disc it was on. I think disc 3 was my favorite, and it was on that disc, and I would listen to it all the time. I just love Wild Things Run Fast, and this song I love because of the lyrics. What are you gonna let love be? I mean, it's very kind of in your face, and I think that the orchestration, like Dave was saying, really fit it. It was really like jazzy cool, and I enjoyed it, and then really this is the song that made me go back to Travelogue to listen to some of the other stuff, and I was kind of disappointed, to tell you the truth, but I would say, I would totally listen to it on the whole thing, just because those songs really pop. This one, Be Cool, and a couple of the others that I really like. So.
All right, we have Bob next.
So I think what might have worked better for this project is two separate CDs. One with the orchestra, with songs that deserve orchestration, and they are here, these orchestrated songs. And then one with like a jazz quartet or a jazz quintet, where separate players get to stand out. On this song, we have a rare opportunity to hear a standout player. That would be Billy Preston on the Hammond organ. And it's so refreshing to hear a standout player, whereas on so many of the other songs, it's a big amalgamation, a globby gloopy glop of all the strings and horns, where you don't hear anybody standing out. Now, that's not to say I won't get to Wayne Shorter, because most of his songs sound like a strangling a cat. But the Billy Preston organ for this really makes the song work for me.
Wayne Shorter certainly had some moments on this album, didn't he? Okay, Jack, Chris, and then Ruben.
I actually like a lot of Wayne's playing on this album, but to me, this is the song where the album really started to take off for me. You know, I really love it. I think Joni's vocal performance on it is fantastic. I'm also like Dave. I'm not a fan of Wild Things Run Fast, or at least a lot of the songs on there. So I found it very interesting that he pointed out how well they work in this environment. So thanks for that, Dave. That was a pretty cool insight. But yeah, I just think this song's terrific, and 100 times better than the version on the studio album, the Wild Things.
I do agree. It's definitely better than the Wild Things version, which is why I switched to a sideways. Chris, and then Ruben.
I agree. This is better than the Wild Things version. I think though I'm gonna take what Dave was saying, that he thought it swung pretty hard. I was actually hoping it would go even harder. More like what they did for Sometimes I'm Happy on Both Sides Now. I mean, that really, I know there was a little bit more of a big band sound, but more horns, a little bit bigger on the attack. And I don't know, maybe it was Blade having a softer touch, and working with brushes, and not Erskine, who was, really great with sticks, or harder with brushes at least. That might have snapped it up a little bit for me. But I think, the horns, maybe they didn't want to, to sit on Billy. But I think there was a way they could have, really sparkled it up just a little bit more.
All right, and we'll wrap up this one with Ruben.
I just wanted to say, I think I also liked the Wild Things Run Fast album a lot, and I think these songs all benefited from this treatment. The three first ones, and then not so much Chinese Cafe. I like the original, that one better, but I just think this gave them all a fresh sound, and I think it's funny that they're the ones that really kind of jumped to the front of the line. In her, when you look at her whole catalog, these are the ones that typically sounded the best. I thought it was interesting, and I like all the other ones. I'm not going to chime in on those because I don't have much to say on the Wild Things stuff. But I thought this was my favorite of all the Wild Things remakes, definitely.
Okay, any other parting thoughts on Dream Flat Tires, Dave?
Well, isn't it interesting that out of the 21 songs on this, is it 21, 22? She picked 4 tunes from Wild Things Run Fast. And nothing, I think I'm right in saying nothing from any of the other 80s albums. So
correct.
You're right.
I believe that she saw the potential in some of those songs that hadn't been realized as well as it could have been, and took advantage of this incredible ensemble to do it. So I'm glad she did, because we've heard the Dog Eat Dog stuff, some of it played on piano. We've heard some of those demos, writing demos, and most of us like those better than the electronic versions. And but in this case, I don't think the Vinnie Colaiuta, Mike Landau band of the early 80s was the right ensemble for some of these tunes. And certainly the way it was recorded has this very pinched, very kind of flat sound. And so, yeah, I really appreciate getting to hear this reimagining of these tunes, because now I think of the tunes better.
I always felt like some of that Wild stuff sounded like bad session musician cock rock a little bit, which is why I do think these versions are better, like you said, Dave.
Well, that's partly it was a new decade and there were pedals, right?
Yeah.
People like Mike Landau had the best pedals. So yeah, you get that kind of foreigner lead guitar thing going on. And back then you have to think back to what that was really exciting. The Linn drum had just come out. The polyphonic synthesizers were only a couple of years old. And these array of pedals. I used to work at Guitar Center and, get to hear these things all day long.
Digital recording was completely new too.
Well, that wasn't around yet. I mean, it was sort of, but not really. I mean, Nightfly was 82, and that was a very early digital recording. And certainly digital mixing was not happening. So no, but digital effects were happening. And most of all, the Lexicon digital reverb, I think that showed up in 82, which is maybe 81. And it changed everything, because up to that point, to get reverb on a record, you had three choices. You could either have a chamber, which was usually underground underneath the studio,
stairwell,
or a stairwell, or you could have an electronic plate, which cost tens of thousands of dollars, and that was just a giant metal plate suspended that. If you've ever sung next to a old electric fire where the springs start going crazy, it's basically that primitive, and this plate would start vibrating and it would have pickups on it. So plate reverb is kind of what you hear on Motown records. That baby love, that kind of real wet, splashy sound. And then there's spring reverb, which is what you have in guitar amps. And that was it. That's all you could do for the history of recording for reverb until 1982, and when the Lexicon reverbs came out, where you could invent a sound, you could invent a space as big as you like. You could have a reverb go on for 10 seconds. You could go from the Grand Canyon to a bathroom by turning a knob and have a plate, have a hall, have a chamber. And now all modern reverbs can do that. But 40 years ago, this was a brand new thing. So records of the 80s had this all over them, because all of a sudden you could. I mean, the Phil Collins drum sound being a good example. That only became obnoxious because of how many people copied it, but it was really amazing when we first heard it. So the invention of studio tools like that really elevated, initially anyway, elevated the kind of imagination you could bring to a recording, because you could take it away from this kind of dry studio sound of the 70s and suddenly make a record that sounded expansive and wide. And now we're totally used to that, but this was pretty new back then. So.
All right, Sue.
Just wanted to bring up when Dave was talking about other songs that I would have liked to have heard. I always thought of "I Don't Know Where I Stand" as a very orchestral song, and I was kind of sad she didn't do that with the orchestra. I mean, and there's others too. So basically, I was thinking more of there's only two early songs on the album, "Circle Game" and
Dawn Treader.
And I think there's a lot of songs, like you were talking about "Song to a Seagull," or maybe even some of the earlier songs like "Eastern Rain" or something like that, that the way that she played her guitar in those days, and the way that she got, she would talk about how this string is the trumpet and this string is that, she was thinking orchestrally already. So, it would have been nice to hear one of those little, one of those songs that were really just mind-blowingly beautiful, I mean, my favorite from Clouds is "I Don't Know Where I Stand," because I think that song is just incredibly, the lyrics and the music are just so beautiful.
I Don't Know Where I Stand. That's the one that had the trumpet solo in it, didn't it?
Yeah.
For her father?
She sang the trumpet solo, right?
Right.
All right. Any other thoughts on your Dream Flat Tires? Okay, next. Track 4. Who gives Love a thumbs up? Oh, who gives it a sideways? And does anybody give it a thumbs down besides me? Bob. Okay, I will just say I never liked the song even in any version. So I might be biased, and I'm going to shut up and mute and just announce the next talker. Ruben, are you hands up from before?
Sorry, I keep forgetting to take it off.
Oh, it's all good. Chris, start it off.
This intro is one of the most beautiful musical cues in her entire recording. all of her recording. This is transcendent. I love the way this track opens, even to the point where Wayne sort of trails off his note and her voice meets it almost exactly. It is breathtaking. I really love the way they put this track together. I think, really poured a bit of herself, more so than the album version. I think this is, again, I use the phrase head and shoulders, but I think it is much better than the version on Wild Things. Much better. I love it.
All right, Jack.
Yeah, I love this song. It's actually the song that me and my wife did our first dance to at the wedding. Not this version, but the original version. And I think this is a great interpretation of it. I just think it's beautiful. Maybe because the song's got such meaning to me, but I love this version. I think it's gorgeous. That's all I gotta say.
All right. Does anyone else have anything to say about the song? Well, either do I. Oh, Dave.
Well, it's kind of a no-brainer for strings. You know, this is a classic ballad, and it begs for strings. And you know, you probably wouldn't say that about you know, some of the other tunes, but this one it just works because it's a beautiful melody. That kind of chorusy electric guitar that it had in the 80s is gone, and now we have something much more visceral and romantic. So yeah, love it.
All right, next. First heard on the album Ladies of the Canyon, then heard on Miles of Isles, then heard on Shadows and Light, and now we have yet another version of Woodstock. Does anybody here give it a thumbs up? Chris, Mark. Does anyone give it a thumb sideways? Okay, we have 3. And who here gives it a thumbs down?
Really bad.
I like the 4 here. It's like tic-tac-toe. Or bingo. Bingo, we got the postage stamp. Okay. Jack and then Chris. Oh no, Chris, you're starting things off with Woodstock.
Well, this is the track that Vince Mendoza won the Grammy for the arrangement for. I don't know. I don't know if this won any other Grammys, but this at least was the one that I was aware of. And I actually thought, you know what, Grammys, you got it right. They really got it right. I think it's the strongest arrangement on the whole record. And the reason I think it's this strong is because, and this is, I keep writing this same comment that I had back then, and I just can't shake it, which is that this arrangement for me marries what the song gave to us back in almost every iteration previously heard, but more overtly. It brings tangible and understanding to the idea that there was so much upheaval culturally in the 1960s surrounding Woodstock, surrounding the entire quest of a generation to find new meaning. It was the marriage of, or not the marriage, it was the conflict of war escalation of Lyndon Johnson, which is the, sort of the militaristic drumming and marching that we hear, and the other soulful, spare sort of expanse that's heard or in the orchestra, which to me brings back Chief Seattle. So there's a whole sort of environmental and militaristic conflict going on through this entire song. And I think it really distills, for me, having lived through that period and actually been in the area where the festival actually occurred. Not that really, brought any greater understanding, but my brother was a Vietnam veteran. We were constantly watching, the news for, watching for things and sort of misunderstanding and sort of like trying to, we're a military family, but we're not 100% down with what's going on. And all of the young people all in our neighborhood are all, up in arms, and they're all fighting and making noise at night. And, SDS and Columbia University, it was really a heavy duty period. And I don't think I'd ever heard one piece of music so clearly, at least for me, maybe because I was familiar with the song, distill that period so well as this arrangement did for me. So I give this a 10. If no other track on the record, I give this one a 10.
All right, Mark.
I wish Paz was here.
I was just thinking about the iterations that she has recorded of the song. The first one is pretty reverent, almost like it's this ceremony or something. The second one, recorded for Miles of Isles, was the 70s, and it has kind of a party vibe to it. A little bit closer maybe to CSNY. And then on the Shadows and Light, there's a reflective quality to it. Like, okay, we thought we were going to get back to the garden. We're not there yet, but let's hold on to that thought, I guess. This one, to me, the first one was about the child of God, and the singer of the song, I came upon a child of God walking along the road, and I asked him, where are you going? This he told me. So it's this kind of intimate conversation and journey of these two people. This one, to me, is more about the 500,000 strong and about the myth that came about from Woodstock and the whole significance of it, the cultural significance of it, the meaning that many people assign to it. And so it has, some people I'm sure would say that it's ponderous, but to me, it's kind of assigning this, I guess, mythological quality to the Woodstock Festival, and looking back on it from, what was it, 33 years or something like that. It's not as close to it. It's further removed, and it's become this phenomenon that happened in 1969, and it's mythological. So anyway, that's my take on it. I really like this version a lot. I think it's really, really beautiful. I like it.
All right. Well, I'm full of surprises tonight as the host, and I have another little game for us to play here. I think we should all go around and say which version of Woodstock is our personal favorite, since I don't know when else we could ever do this in the podcast. So I'm going to start in my upper left and work my way around. Mark, which is your favorite version of Woodstock?
Shadows and Light.
Shadows and Light?
I like the way she ends it. She's walking off the stage with still playing the guitar in the video anyway.
Oh, and wasn't there kind of a similar but different version on Refuge of the Roads too, where she was playing the guitar?
I don't know. I'm not as familiar with that.
That's the same. She didn't originally play it on guitar. She played it on piano. So the versions that she does at Shadows and Light and on the Wild Things Run Fast Refuge of the Road concert are the same version.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to vote for the Shadows and Light version as my favorite. I just think it kind of has a melancholy, disappointed. I don't know if that's the right word, but it just gives me a certain kind of feeling. And like when she's walking off the stage, it's just kind of trailing off, kind of like a dream of a generation does. So it fits for me.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I think of that too. I mean, it's like, okay, we haven't gotten there yet. I mean, it's, 11 years later, and we're still not there, and the yuppies are here, and all this other stuff.
And now in 2022, we're really not there. Okay, David, what's your favorite version of Woodstock?
I guess it's the Shadows and Light one.
Okay.
I'm sorry you are. I don't know. Good God, my my Joni knowledge is crumbling. I think that's Shadows and Light.
Perfect. Sue?
This is kind of off the regular way of doing things, but I really like the Mutts of the Planets version.
Oh,
they have a pinball wizard in the middle of it.
wonderful. I will check that out.
Awesome.
I couldn't tell you the story behind that. So, well, thank you, Sue.
Sure.
So Robin, we were wanting to, this tune of all Joni Mitchell's tunes is the most malleable. This is kind of like a blues. You can kind of choose what to do with it. And so it's not heresy to fuck with it.
No.
And so we've actually ourselves done about 4 different versions of it, but the one that came out on that CD that you and Bob were actually in the room when we recorded it in Idlewild, that came about as Robin said, well, what if you're walking with the child of God towards the festival and you have a toque and maybe drop a tab and stuff, and you're walking and the music's starting to get louder, and you kind of go from this very spiritual kind of experience of expectation of something transformative, and then you're just surrounded by noise. I mean, you're just somehow up close to the stage, and it's loud and wrapped around you. And then the Who comes on and plays Pinball Wizard, and which they did, and I thought, well, that would really work as kind of a narrative arc, And so we tried it once, and I started playing that Pinball Wizard vamp to give the drummer a drum solo, and the crowd went absolutely berserk when we did that, and so we kept doing it. So people were kind of tuning into the narrative concept of it. And so, so that's how our kind of approach evolved, as Robin kind of having this, this play in her mind of being that person walking along the road, and then the dope taking effect, and then being completely overwhelmed by rock music, loud and immersive. And so, thank you.
And Dave, since we're on you, which version was your favorite?
Well, I guess I like the original one quite a bit, except for her warbly,
yodeling,
the yodel vocal. You can take that out, but there's kind of a what's the right word? There's a bit of a kind of a church aspect to it that.
Sure.
Just the kind of silence of it and the calm of it that I think is absolutely the opposite of what I just described. But it's got a very what's the word? It has a very kind of religious.
It's kind of hymn-like, right?
Well, hymn-like, but there's the dream of her generation.
Oh.
This is like a hymn to her generation's possibilities. And even by 1970, it was clear that dream was not going to last. But surely by, later on, it was when, as Mark said, the yuppies have taken over, and well, it's the hedge fund managers now. So there's not even any point in stating it now, because there's no irony to it. But in 1969 or 70, there actually was this vibrant dream of a better world and enlightened people and peace and love. And these are just T-shirts now, but back then that was kind of a real thing for young people. And those young people are now 70. And some of them became hedge fund managers, but yeah, so I do actually like the reverence. That's the word I was looking
Oh
for.
yeah.
There was a reverence on the original that is certainly lost with the funky, you know, LA Express version, and not quite realized in the later ones. So I do like that a lot, and I like the fact that it was the only song she ever played a electric piano
Yes.
on
Yeah.
a record. So that sets it apart sonically, and yeah. So there's an innocence to it that was in her voice. I mean, she actually was still that singer with that pure soprano voice, and so her sound was not dripping with irony yet. And so there's something very appealing about that, because it's easy to do irony.
Yeah.
You know, you just take the piss out of everything. And that's kind of, who's that guy that just did Afterlife? Who's the comedian, the British comedian? I'm thinking.
Ricky Gervais.
Ricky Gervais, right? And he's brilliant and wonderful series, but it's all sort of taking the piss out of everything, and that's a very British style of comedy, and I like it. But it's also refreshing to hear a pure, more hopeful vision, as long as it can last. And Joni's didn't last very long, but that recording of that song is a living testament to a moment, I think.
Wasn't very long before the ghost of her old ideals ran on Channel 5.
Right on.
All right, Sue, I see your hand up. Let me get through everybody with their favorite Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say one more thing about Woodstock, is that during the 90s, when she played it on the Parker Fly, I thought it sounded really good too.
Oh yeah,
you know,
it did.
I saw her at A Day at the Garden, and she played that specifically. Obviously, we were in Woodstock, so and it was pretty amazing. She did a great job on that.
All right, Bob, which is your favorite version?
Yeah, it's Shadows and Light by a mile, but I will say that, you know, as someone who has lots and lots and lots of Joni bootlegs and probably about 50 or 60 copies of shows from '83, she always played this song on the Refuge of the Roads tour. And I have a version from Canandaigua, New York, about Five Finger Lakes venue she played this song at, where she plays that riff for like maybe 7 minutes at the end of the song. She just riffs and riffs and riffs. And she doesn't walk off stage. The audience starts cheering her on. She gets into it. She keeps playing. They keep feeding her back. It's a crazy moment to hear the rapport between Joni and the audience.
I got the chills. I got the chills,
really,
Bob.
Really, first time I heard it, I really got the chills, because she wasn't expecting it. Maybe they weren't. I don't know, but
it was a moment.
That was crazy. But as a release version, yeah, Shadows and Light by a Mega Mile.
Well, I'll have to hear that sometime. Even the concept of it. Woo. All right, Chris, your favorite version? Travelogue?
Yes, Travelogue. And you know what? For me, this version on Travelogue completes the song in a similar, maybe not as well, but a similar way as what the version of Both Sides Now was on the Both Sides Now album. It is reflective and speaking through her experience and sort of conclusions about her generation and the period of history that she lived through. And I think that there's a lesson to be learned from it. I love it. I really can't say enough good things about this.
All right, I'm gonna go back and re-listen to this with all this information in my noggin. Jack, your favorite version?
Definitely Shadows and Light. You know, having seen the Shadows and Light tour like 3 times, you know, being able to relive that moment, it was really, really special. So yeah, hands down, Shadows and Light.
All right, Ruben, then we'll move on to the next song. What's your favorite version?
I love the live versions of this, but I still would say the Ladies of the Canyon version. I remember sitting on the floor of my parents' house when I was about 5 or 6, with the record, you know, spread open and looking at the words and listening to that song. It's just kind of a moment for me. So that's my favorite.
All right, the next track on Travelogue.
Just one more quick.
Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead, Dave.
When this came out, I was 11 and I'd never heard of Joni Mitchell, but I was living in England, and and every Thursday night was Top of the Pops, and there was Matthew's Southern Comfort doing this song called Woodstock, which I went out and bought the 45 of, which I still have, and so I loved their version. It was the first version I heard, and the only version I heard for years and years, and it said, you know, on the label that it was written by somebody called Mitchell, but I had no idea who that was for a few more years. So, so I actually have an early correspondence with this song, but only through one of the covers.
Bob would be proud. All right, Slouching Towards Bethlehem, originally on the Night Ride Home album. Does anybody here give the Travelogue? Oh, Jack, did you have something, or Jim, did you have something to say about Woodstock before I move on? No. Okay, Slouching Towards Bethlehem. Does anybody here give it a thumbs up? Oh, we got 2 thumbs up. Does anybody give it a sideways? Oh, 3 thumbs up. Does anyone give it a sideways? And does anyone give it a thumbs down? I was sitting on my bed playing this album about 3 nights ago, and when this one came on, I just said, "Ooh." Okay, Jim. And I hope I'm not yucking anyone's yum. Anyone that loves this, it's all opinions. So, Jim, would you like to start the discussion on Slouching Towards Bethlehem?
Yeah, I would. It's tough sledding, but if you read the lyric, and I had never read the Yeats, so I had to read the lyrics to really wrap my head around it. This is very, very dark stuff. Basically, they're saying it, as my interpretation of it, and I'm not a lit major, maybe Dave can speak to this, but the last time we talked about this, what I got from it was that the second coming is not somebody who's going to preach turning the other cheek, but instead the second coming is, you know, the apocalypse. It's this rough beast. It's more like the second coming is rising up from hell, and if that's even close, it should be a frightening song, and for me, it is. I'm out.
In that similar topic, Jim, from at least from a personal thing, I felt like the Night Ride Home version gave me all the balls and the scariness that I needed from the song. So I felt like this version almost felt a little tamer than that original with the banging drums and stuff, but that was just my opinion. Does anyone else want to talk about this one? Chris?
I would definitely have cut this from this would have been one of the first ones I would see. Let's make this a single album. Let's get rid of this one. I heard people use the term bombastic to describe some of these arrangements. This one just slaps you with a 2x4. There's nothing subtle about this, and it's almost, I'll use the word again later on another track, but it's almost cartoonish. I think her acoustic version on Night Ride Home was infinitely superior and to this. This is really a shame.
Yeah, I love that original version. And you know, Dave, you'll appreciate this. When I was listening to the Travelogue version of Slouching Towards Bethlehem, it made me think of the Night Ride Home version, which made me think of what Dave said, how some of the arrangements on Night Ride Home really do have a lot of the characteristics from Chalkmark with the production and the loud drums and stuff. So I don't know. I just wanted to share that. That made me remember that.
Yeah, I just don't care for the song in any version. I think but yeah, I think as Chris was saying, it's kind of a bit cartoonish. Obviously, the subject matter is portentous, and of course, it gets given that treatment. So there's kind of nothing to learn about it.
Right.
It's sort of like the horror film with scary music. You know, yeah.
Mark.
Well, I think it's epic. I think it should be scary. I think it should be this way. I don't know. I like it. The one line that always kind of puzzles me is vexed to a nightmare out of a stony sleep by a rocking cradle by the Sea of Galilee. So that's out of Yeats, isn't it? She didn't write that. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with the Yeats poem, but the second coming, and then she's referring back to the first, the birth of Jesus, you know, a rocking cradle by the Sea of Galilee. And the second beast, vexed to a nightmare by something that happened 2000 or however many years ago. I suppose if I thought about it more, I could come up with something. But anyway.
To me, the scariest thing about the song is when she did the head of man. I liked it in the Night Ride Home one, not so much in the Travelogue one.
I like it in this one. But I love the Night Ride Home too. I mean, I loved that the first time I heard it. I heard it in Tower Records, and I went,
I remember that. I remember when you told us. I love it. Okay, David.
I just want to say that the Sea of Galilee is I just looked up the Yeats poem. Sea of Galilee is Joni's entirely. So Yeats says it's blah 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 blah. 20 centuries of stony sleep were vexed to a nightmare by a rocking cradle. And what rough beast it's our come at last, slouches toward Bethlehem. And nowhere in the poem do they talk about Sea of Galilee at all. So that's Joni through the Sea of Galilee.
Interesting.
And I've always thought, that's also one of the lyrics that I go, to.
So is she saying that the beast is in a rocking cradle and that's what's waking it up?
The beast may or may not. It's ambiguous, but
I never thought of it that way.
The beast was vexed to a nightmare by a rocking cradle. So
she's setting it in the Middle East, though.
20 centuries of stony sleep were vexed to nightmare by a rocking cradle. New phrase, and what rough beast its hour come at last, slouches toward Bethlehem to be born? End. So it's 20 centuries of sleep that were vexed to nightmare by this rocking cradle. and a beast now slouches toward Bethlehem. Make of that what you want.
All right, Chris.
She took some liberties. I'm not sure she improved the poem, but she made a good song.
All right. Any other thoughts on slouching towards Bethlehem? Mark.
I remember her saying at some point in an interview or something that she thought Yeats's poem was it started out pretty good, but it kind of fell apart towards the end, so she thought she improved it.
Oh, Joni. All right, the next track, originally on the For the Roses album, Judgment of the Moon and Stars. Who here gives this new version a thumbs up? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Who gives it a sideways? We got 1 sideways. Who gives it a thumbs down? I'm going to say one thing. This could be the theme of the podcast. I'm going to say one thing, then I'm not going to say anything. I got everything I needed from the song the first time around. David, is your hand still up? Nope. Chris, are you doing this one? Okay. We have Chris and then Jim and then Dave.
I used the word cartoonish before. I was so disappointed because when I heard this, because I was really looking forward to this being wonderful. I think Mendoza, for some reason, it took every cliche of what people are led to think about what Beethoven's music should be. It's bombastic with a capital B. It's fussy where it doesn't need to be. And I think, frankly, it was a really nasty thing to do to Beethoven, to apply an orchestra the way they did to this song. I think she did a fine job. And yes, he followed very carefully. He followed her piano arrangement very carefully to at least to get the hint of what the orchestration was going to be. But I don't know what happened. Usually he has such great taste. It just fell to the wayside. This became a parody in my mind. I once had a project where I was instructed to try to do an opera version of a Beach Boys song. So I hired a music company and I briefed them and I said, can you do it this way? And they handed me back these comedic pieces. And I said, guys, you missed the brief completely, because this was something you wanted to like learn something from it, not sort of walk away thinking, there's another reason for me to not like classical music. I was very disappointed when I heard what Vince had done with this particular song. I really was.
Jim.
Speechless here. Okay, so I admit I don't know very much about Beethoven. I know the fifth and I know the ninth, and that's it. Okay, so out of ignorance for Beethoven, I think that he's kind of the king of bombast. And so if you're going to have a tribute to the king of bombast, you open with a fanfare. And horns at that. I totally love this album because it's stirring and it's huge. It to me it's like the hugest Joni song ever, and if it's the one that I remember vividly from this album. It's the highlight for me, and everything else is just kind of meh. I'm out.
All right, we have David and Bob.
Well, what Jim just said, it's the hugest Joni song ever. It was first time around, and it still is on this treatment. I think that I'm afraid I really don't agree with Chris on this one. I think that Vince very, very deftly took all of the implications of her piano writing and extrapolated them exactly the way she probably asked him to. In fact, I don't think he did anything on these orchestrations that wasn't being suggested or even requested by her. We know that she claims to have written the orchestration for Down to You, which Tom Scott sort of has said, well, not exactly, but anyway, she apparently sang a lot of the parts that she heard, and he then distributed them for members of the orchestra. So I think that that's the way she worked in 1973, 74, and I think it still became the way she worked 30 years later. With Vince, she probably said, I want it to do this here, and I want this to be huge, and then drop back down here. And I think he probably ran with all of those. So I'm in awe of this piece in the first place. I did the transcription of it for the JMDL database and got to really study the harmony that she was using, and this very odd kind of interlude that she wrote, this cadenza that kind of is exciting, but it's very, very original.
Can I say it's fucking hard, Dave? It really is.
Oh yeah, it's hard to play. And in Barnaby, who's a super trained pianist, he says this is really hard to play because it's not written by a real pianist. It's like, she just went by what her ear wanted to hear rather than what your hands want to do. But anyway, I think it's a very major piece in her catalog, and I think this version probably takes it all the way to what she originally wanted, and had Vince, basically give it to her. So I do love it, and in fact, along with the jazz big band tunes, I think they are the ones that work the best on Travelogue. This and those are the ones that work the best.
All right, we have Bob and then Ruben.
So yeah, of all the songs on this record, the Judgment begs for a symphonic treatment. I've always called Judgment Joni Symphony No. 1. Down to You is Joni Symphony No. 2. Paprika Plains, Joni Symphony No. 3. But neither of those songs really need this kind of treatment. Luckily, they didn't get it on the record, but Judgment does, and it just really sounds great. The song calls for this huge orchestration that's there. It works totally. I really, really think it's great. And even nicer is it's not all bombastic from start to finish. There's some really nice quiet moments in the orchestration that really add to it and accent the sound. If you have quiet, you appreciate the volume of noise. And when I heard this, I said, wow, I never heard the quiet parts of this arrangement in this song. I think it's beautiful. I think it works. Is it better than the original? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I love the original. It's gorgeous. But it works on this record, works on Travelogue.
All right. And Ruben.
I felt like this one, I was really excited to hear this when I saw it on the track list. And I felt kind of like Amelia. It just didn't do anything for the original. And it occurred to me that the Both Sides Now album was, the special edition was like a big box of candy. And if you think about Travelogue like a big box of candy, and you pick one out, and every once in a while, I hate coconut. Every once in a while, you get the coconut one, and you're like, spit it out. That's what this one's like for me. No offense, Joni. It's a coconut.
Sue.
So I just remembered this. I was listening to this the other day, and I loved it. I thought it was beautiful, and I love the original too. And I thought to myself, did she ever play this live? I can't think of, Bob, do you know if she ever played Judgment live?
She did. This was one of the songs she added to the 2000 Both Sides Now tour.
Oh, right.
One of the last two songs she played. Yeah.
But she didn't play piano. She played the orchestra. Yeah.
And she played it. She played it earlier on, I think. She did. There were some 74 shows where she played it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, because I don't think I've ever heard a live version of it with her playing the piano.
I would love to hear her play that interlude live.
Yeah, wow. Me too.
As a piano player, she had to work off of rote memorization. You know, if you hear live recordings of For Free or last time I saw Richard and so on from that era, they're pretty much note for note what she wrote. And so as an untrained pianist, she composed this and kind of memorized it. So I can see why, moving on a couple of years after that album, why she wouldn't keep it under her fingers.
Yeah.
So revisiting a tune like that later, the only way you could really relearn it would be to read it. Yeah. And it hadn't been written down. So, and she didn't read. So I can see why, you know, she wouldn't keep it in the repertoire as with herself playing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Any parting thoughts on Judgment before we move on? Next, we move on to the Turbulent Indigo album, The Sire of Sorrow. Does anybody on this panel give the version on Travelogue a thumbs up? We have one. We have two. We have three. Does anybody give it a sideways? We have one. I'm going to go back and tabulate all these and make a spreadsheet, you guys. Just so. Okay, does anybody here give it a thumbs down? The choir has spoken, just like in the song. This is not. I almost feel like every song on this album, I got what I needed from the original versions. Unlike Both Sides Now, the song on the album where she reimagined it, it really did something new for me. But I didn't need that from any of these songs, and I didn't get that from any of these songs in a personal way. I am curious to go back and listen to Woodstock after Chris's advocation for the new version. All right. So I have, is anybody's hands up from the last song? I have Dave, Ruben, David, and Jack. Dave, you're first.
Sorry, I hadn't lowered my hand.
Okay.
No, I guess my only, I really don't care for it, and I didn't care for the song in the first place, so it would have taken some unimaginable treatment to make it work for me. But I think there's some good poetry in it, and but a song that starts out with "Let me speak, let me pour out my bitterness," sort of not really being invited into this. It's kind of
Party for one.
I'll be at the bar, you know.
Okay, David, you're next.
This is one of, as you may remember, this is one of my favorite songs, my favorite Joni Mitchell songs ever.
Yeah, we had such a good discussion about this one.
I really love this song, and I loathe this version, and I'll just leave it there. I hate it. I'm not even gonna say why. I just hate it. Ooh.
Jack, you're next.
So obviously I'm in the minority here. I really like the song. I think the bombast of it fits for some weird reason. I like the Greek chorus, or whatever you want to call that. I really like it. I think it serves the song well, though I love the original version as well. So I don't know.
All right, Mark.
Well, Dave said he wasn't invited into it. Well, that was not the case with me, but I'm not going to go into all of that again. When I was listening to this just recently, it seemed to me that I heard more of an edge in her vocal and more anger and more anguish than I've heard in almost anything else that she's done. It just really affected me. But then again, that might just be my personal view of it. The chorus, I thought, oh yeah, that needs to be there. But this male chorus that she has sounds kind of anemic to me. And to me, these pompous physicians would not sound like that. But anyway, I almost asked if I could perform this one, and I'm not going to put you through that. So, but anyway, I like it.
In the future, though, we will have a performance from you with this song, I hope. Sue. Oh, you're muted, my friend.
I just really enjoyed it when I listened to it. And I guess it was because I kind of agree with Jack that I think that the bombastic, way that it was almost done like an opera, it's like, I don't know. I mean, I love this song. I do think that the song is important. It's part of her, something that she wrote because of all the illnesses she had gone through, and so I think that her anger and her shaking her fist at God and all that is part of her personality in a way, and but I I don't know what it is. I just, when I was listening to it, I really enjoyed it, and I thought it was it captured the anger that she that she really writes about in the song. So I don't know. I mean, I just listened to this for the first time in a long time. So I'm just taking my initial reactions to how all the songs hit me this week. So, I mean, I think that that's part of it too, is that,
I love that, though.
yeah. I mean, I've been watching the hearings for too much for the last couple of weeks, and I'm like really angry and really angsty, and I want a Greek chorus and all that. So maybe that's why I really
That is so true, Sue.
I liked it.
I think Thursday's the last one.
All right, we have Chris and then David. Is your hand up again, or is that from before? Okay, so you have Chris, David, then Dave.
Okay, I think I performed this one when we did the Turbulent Indigo record, and let me tell you, there is a lot of anger in this song. It takes, in order for you to you have to really bring it out too, in order to get any kind of dynamic through it, because it's a fairly long song, and without having antagonists to play against, I kind of had to, I had to work the anger out. I had to put my 718 on. That's for sure. Anyway, the thing about this that I had to ask myself, though, and by the way, I think I came back and I gave it a thumbs down before. It's probably a sideways thumbs,
okay,
if you're recounting. But what I had to ask myself was, did this version advance the ball? Did it move it forward? And yes, it's nice to have the antagonists, with the men's chorus, and they're probably well cast in that regard. But theatricality wise, it's certainly, on the face of it, more theatrical. The lighting is definitely better, but I don't know if the song is really illuminated any more than it was on its original version. It's just a lot more light, but not in better places.
All right, David.
Yeah, I just kind of realized one of the things I really hate about it, so I thought I'd be a little articulate. I love in the original version, one of the things I love about the original version is that it's got this kind of snappy, we don't despise your chase.
Oh yeah.
Miserable story with this sort of snappy kind of thing, and I love that. I just think that's really fabulous, and I think actually we don't have to go into the original, but I do think it's very dramatic. I think that the antagonists work very well in the original. I like but that's talking about the original. Anyway, that's what I really miss about this, or that's what ticks me off so much, is that I love that part of the original, that snappy kind of thing going on, and punctuated by the sax, and it's like, oh my god. Anyway, so I think that's all I have to say.
Because the original is kind of like the pace of life. Everything's moving fast, but everything sucks. Dave, was your hand up, and then Jack?
Well, all I wanted to say was that I think, but now the janitors of Shadowland flick their brooms at me is one of the most killer lines she ever wrote. And I think Janitors of Shadowland would make an incredible band name.
Oh, yeah. All right, Jack.
Yeah, I just want to me, her vocal performance on this seals the show, whether you like the orchestration or not. Her vocals on this are so powerful, and to me, more in keeping with, if I was Job and I was as pissed off as I am, her vocal performance relates that to me. And I like the original version, but to me, this one really captures the emotion of the story much more effectively.
All right. Any parting thoughts on Sire of Sorrow? Next, the title track to Joni Mitchell's 5th album, now done with an orchestra. Does anybody here give For the Roses, the orchestral version, a thumbs up? Oh, 3. Does anybody give it a sideways? Oh, 1, 2, 3. And does anybody give it a thumbs down? 3. So it seems like we're pretty evenly split here. I will just say one thing. This didn't give me anything I needed, and I had everything I needed. I love that original version. I will say this in my final review. I love the original versions of all these songs so much. I didn't need any of these. Okay. Chris, Bob, Mark is the beginning of this discussion.
I think this orchestral arrangement added more for this song than any other arrangement did for any other song on this record. And this is not because this is the best song on the record. And it's not because it was lacking anything to start with. But I think, well, first let me say that when she previewed this during the Both Sides Now tour, it actually did not start the same way as what they wound up recording. What they actually started out with was kind of a tick, tick, what I think they did was they took the original beginning of this arrangement and they grafted it onto what became Cherokee Louise. And so it changed a little bit. So if you find one of those bootlegs, you can hear this. But the arrangement, for me anyway, so completely opens up landscape. One other song on this record does this as well, almost as well. But for me, it distills very much what the original song thematically gave me in a way that made it more theatrical, but at the same time more cinematic, and at the same time more important. For example, little bits, especially like toward the end, where she's sort of, wrapping it up a little bit of her story, and you're listening and you can hear the sound of train whistles. There's like a train whistle echoing over a valley. And then it becomes this banshee of the spirit just disappearing from the world. I mean, this was her, she was leaving, she was gone. And so what that moment took for me, it was like, if I had to think about what she was talking about, the empty spotlight, that banshee sound with that just disappearing like that and flying off into nothing, into space, leaving a cold environment. I really find that this is a very, very potent orchestral arrangement. I think it's one of Vince's very, very best.
It's so interesting because honestly, I felt like this was one of the worst on the album. Because to me, this song to me was Joni singing with her guitar by the lake, wearing her velvet pants, thinking about James Taylor. And I know it was a reflection on the music industry, but reframing as an older Joni talking about the industry, I already got that on Taming the Tiger. So I didn't need that from a new version of For the Roses, for me personally. So that's my 2 cents. Bob, and then Mark.
Yeah, polar opposite of what Chris said. Judgment of the Moon and Stars cries out for a big orchestral treatment. This song is 1,000 million miles away from an orchestral treatment. It's a teenage girl with her guitar on her knee, on, like you said, Jeremy, with her embroidered jeans, playing a song without all the encumbrances of a 70-piece orchestra. It does not fit at all. A couple of songs, Cherokee Louise is another one, doesn't need an orchestra. The orchestra is total distraction from that song. It's a total distraction from this song. It steals the intimacy away from this song. It really robs the song of the beauty that it has because of its intimacy. That's it for me.
I agree. Okay, Mark, Jim, and then Dave.
Well, for me, the song, when I first heard it, I was puzzled by it. I couldn't figure out what the hell they were doing with this at all. In fact, when I heard it in Concord after the Both Sides Now concert, I thought, what is this? Joni does Nora Desmond or what? I just thought it was really, really strange. But in time, as I listened to it, it's become more like a painting to me. And it's not about sitting on the beach, playing her guitar, or remember the days when you used to sit and make up your tunes for love. She's looking back on that. But this is in the present, and she's sitting up in her place in British Columbia, and it's a cold, chilly autumn night, probably damp. This part of the world is going to be damp at that time of the year. And hearing the wind blowing through the arbutus and the rustling of the arbutus. And I think Wayne at the end is that arbutus rustling. And you can hear the wind. I hear more wind than you do, Chris. But that's an interesting thought about the train.
I have trains though that come by every night that I can hear them do exactly that sound. So it reinforces me.
And it is very haunting. I mean, after she sings, the moon swept down black water like an empty spotlight. And it's like, oh my God, is she really never going to perform live again? Is she really stepping permanently out of the spotlight forever and ever? And that really hit home with me. It's like she's singing about an empty spotlight. I'm not there. You're not going to see me anymore. And so I came to really, really like this one a lot. And I didn't initially. I couldn't figure it out, but I finally kind of got a grasp of what it means to me anyway, which Joni says we're supposed to do.
All right, we have Jim and then Dave.
Okay, well, the good thing is that this is a song from For the Roses. To compare fame to an empty spotlight is one of Joni's superlative lines. And intellectually, I get what Vince was thinking here. He's going to put you on that, on that windy night, and when she sees the moonlight as an empty spotlight, probably what I get from it is that the arbutus is casting a shadow, and so she's got the moon, but then she also sees this empty spotlight in the shadow of the arbutus. There's a lot of lovely imagery here in the lyric. I guess I can't really explain why it doesn't work for me, unless it's that you can't mess with the songs on For the Roses.
I agree with that one. And Dave.
Well, yeah, lots of great points there. First of all, Bob's point, I agree with that the tunes that were classic intimate tunes from the early catalog lose a lot when they get the orchestration. I think almost without exception. And I would have to say, in the case of For the Roses, this was kind of a perfect tune. We heard Diana Krall do it at Joni's, what was it, Joni's 75th birthday. And, she was trying to alter it and kind of jazzify it, and that didn't work either. There's something kind of carved in stone about this one that I think needs to not be messed with. And I'm speaking as a person that likes to have original arrangements that I come up with, but when we do For the Roses tunes, we do them really faithfully, because like Jim was saying, they're just kind of they're right from the beginning. They're kind of sacred in that way. So and then just as to the spotlight conversation, some of us got to go to the Sunshine Coast, and we even went down to the actual water side where Joni's property is, and everything she writes about in the song is exactly what you're witnessing. The bumping of the logs, there's the arbutus trees, there's this fabulous waterfront with obviously the moon at night reflecting off it. You can completely visualize the whole scene from this song. So I think it's an extrapolation to say that the empty spotlight is her leaving the music business, although that makes sense. But a lot of her imagery, in fact, all of her imagery, is drawn from real observed things, as we've learned. So she doesn't really go in for flights of fancy that much with her imagery. She actually writes what she sees and then leaves it up to us to draw parallels, I think. And anyway, so having been to that place, this song takes on a real magical significance, because every line is what you're looking at.
All right. Any parting thoughts on For the Roses before we move on? All right. We have 2 songs left on disc 1. We've conquered disc 1 almost. Now, the original version of the next song is from Court and Spark. And I remember way earlier in our podcast discussions, I went on YouTube and put in the YouTube of the Travelogue version. I was surprised by how low the key was of this one, because the original was like do 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 do, and this one's like do do do. Okay, so Trouble Child, the Travelogue version. Do we have any thumbs ups? We have 1, 2, 3. Any sideways? Okay, we have 4. And any thumbs down? We have 3. All these are pretty even. It's really interesting. We haven't had one like clear winner yet. Okay, Ruben, start this one off. Trouble Child.
I love the version on Court and Spark, and I think this is a natural progression for that. I don't know. I don't think it necessarily adds anything to the original, but it's kind of like, just like this train has had all these iterations over the years. When she started playing it in the 90s, and it sort of every version changes a little bit. I feel like she would have done the same thing with Trouble Child if she'd done that with that one. I think it's got its own legs, and it just kind of keeps growing every time she changes it up. That's all.
All right, Mark.
When I was listening to this one last night, my thought about it was it sounded like it was the soundtrack for some movie in the 1950s about somebody who was hooked on heroin or something like that, and they're in some rehab facility, or they're going through this whole slide, like the horn has this kind of sound to it. And which, I kind of like that, but I don't have much opinion about this one. It didn't really do a lot for me, but I didn't hate it either.
All right, does anyone else have anything they want to add about Trouble Child? Dave.
For me, my favorite part of this song has always been the waves breaking like the waves at Malibu, and that incredible arpeggio that Larry Carlton plays, which is just astonishingly perfect to capture the tumbling of waves. And Vince Mendoza does a really good job of extrapolating what Larry was what he could actually do on the guitar and taking it even further with the orchestra. So you get this. I haven't heard it for a few days now, but it's a really also a wonderful painting of crashing waves. So in that respect, I'm giving it not a thumbs down, but I don't like the really low key. I don't see why she had to drop the key so low. She still sings. She doesn't sing. She doesn't avoid high notes on this album, or high-ish. She could have done this song in a higher key, and I think it would have been less ponderous. It's not an amazing song compositionally, but it lyrically it depicts a vulnerability that was all what her early 70s material tended to be exploring that until Hissing of Summer Lawns, when she started writing about observed others and third-party stories like Harry's House. So from that era where she's writing about vulnerability and weakness, I think this is a good example. But musically, other than the waves at Malibu, it's not sort of a genius song like Judgment or the Hejira stuff. But anyway, I don't think the orchestral treatment helped much, except on that nice arpeggio.
And Dave, in addition to the arpeggio on the original version, I really loved Joni's stacked harmonies on that part. I thought she had some really nice harmonies in the vocals.
The waves at Malibu.
Yeah.
Well, she's actually just holding 3 notes, and they're just playing in open fifths.
Okay.
It's like a G, D, and A, sustaining those while this arpeggio, which is in another key, is just tumbling over it. And then the second arpeggio is a different one, which also tumbles against that same vocal harmony. So it's a fantastic collision. And
yeah,
kudos to Larry Carlton to be able to realize what a tumbling wave would sound like on the guitar.
And I'm so glad I wasn't the only person that noticed the key change, because I felt the key was shockingly low. Like, you know, sometimes there's a natural progression, but it was really a really shockingly low key change. Okay, Chris, your hand is up.
Yes, wanted to say that this is again one of the ones I think is completely expendable to bring this down to a single album. I don't know, didn't advance the bar for me anywhere.
This would have been a B-side, right? Bonus track on the Target Deluxe Edition. All right, we have one song left on disc 1. We are chugging along, originally on the Mingus album, and then done very, very well on the Shadows and Light album. Done not so well on the Refuge of the Road concert, in my opinion. And here we are with the Travelogue version. God Must Be a Boogeyman. Who gives the Travelogue version a thumbs up? 3. Okay, who gives it the sideways? We have 4. Who gives it a thumbs down? 2. All right. Anybody care to speak of this one?
2, no thumbs.
Did I miss anybody?
No, you didn't. I just of my my re-listen through the album, I actually stopped right at Trouble Child. Something I had to get onto something, so that I can't fairly give it a thumb count.
Fair enough. Okay, Bob.
So yeah, this is the orchestration and the playing of the song. It's very playful, which I think the song deserves. Brian Blade is a standout on this particular track. I don't know if it was the production that helped his brush drums to stand out. And I'll add that Brian Blade is stalwart throughout this project. If you can listen to his drums on every single track, whether you like the record or not, and I don't, but his drumming is just fabulous. On this song, it's fun. Wayne Shorter's sax actually fits as opposed to being a distraction in the mix. So yeah, I like this one. I mean, I'm not comparing it to the original songs. Only one song on the project is better than the original. We haven't talked about that one yet. Yeah, I'm done.
I thought Klein did a serviceable job with the Jocko's bass part. You know,
yeah,
serviceable. Anybody else have anything to say about this one before we take a break? Holy crap. We are done with Travelogue Disc 1. We're going to take a short break. Oh, Bob, is your hand up or is that from before? Okay. All right. I forgot to thank my Patreon subscribers, many of which are here. Thank you for supporting my podcast. My Zoom subscription is due this month. So it's so nice to have my Patreon subscribers. After my bullshit emergency, I went to the emergency room to see if I was having a stroke. No one told me it was $1,500 to just walk in there and have someone tell you you're not dying. But luckily I have insurance and it was only $400.
It's the worst thing. And you know what? You got to watch out because the emergency room physicians, they let you see. You don't get to ask whether or not they take your insurance.
Right. Luckily they took mine.
You might just get a bill from some paymaster someplace saying, oh yeah, you owe for this doctor. And they're not.
I feel your pain because I was in the emergency room twice this month.
Oh.
But not for me, for my boyfriend.
Oh. Patreon, thank you much. For some reason, people are still subscribing to this channel, even though there's been crickets on it for like 2 months. So thank you very much. And we are now about to dive in. I'm so happy to see everybody. I hated missing last month, but it would have been really painful because it was really hard to talk. We are here to talk about Travelogue Disc 2. Disc 2, we still have like 8,000 songs to go through. 11 songs. We have 11 more songs, and we can't get through them fast enough. Okay.
All I'll add, Jeremy, is let's not talk about the song itself, which we know and love from the original versions.
Right.
Let's talk about the Travelogue versions of these songs.
Bob, are you like me, Bob? Are you looking forward to just getting through this album?
I want to be done with it. You know, I was done with it in 2002, for crying out loud.
Now, I know this is fast forwarding to next month, but I love Joni Mitchell's original material. Like, she's in my top 5, maybe top 2, maybe number 1, depending on the day, favorite artist of all time. Shine, Love it. Like we have a lot to say. This. Okay. Moving on. Be Cool. A song that originally appeared on Wild Things Run Fast in 1982. Joni blessed us with the whisper chorus the first time around. Who here gives the Travelogue version of Be Cool a thumbs up? Okay, a lot. We have a lot of thumbs up. Does anybody give it a sideways? I'll give it a sideways. Does anybody give it a thumbs down? Am I the only one that didn't give it a thumbs up? Okay, I don't want to be an outcast. I'll give it a thumbs up.
No thumbs downs though. That's the first
No
one.
thumbs down, the first one. Like Dave Blackburn and many people said here, the Wild Things songs for some reason were the ones that kind of really did well on this album. Yeah. Who wants to talk about this one? I like this version. It's fine. Okay, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, Be Cool. It's a great song. It's a jazz song. I mean, this is a hardcore jazz song. All the covers have been jazz singers with jazz trios and quartets doing really hot jazz covers of the song. I'm not sure if it's Wayne Shorter playing sax on this song, but the sax player is actually appropriate and not a screeching weasel like so much of what Shorter does on this record. And I love the way she says, "Don't whine." You know, I love it.
Oh, that's kind
Don't
of funny.
whine. Like I'm gonna whine to say whine. I love it when she does that. So yeah, the sound is layered. It's really, really nice. I love this track. Maybe she should have opened with this one on disc one.
Oh, that would have been nice.
Yeah.
Hey, just for fun, do you like all my little side tangents I'm going on this month? Is it fun or annoying? I think it's fun. Somebody start saying a sentence, and I'm going to Wayne Shorter over the sentence. Anybody want to talk? Tell a story? Sue, why don't you start? You had your hand up next.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, that's a distraction. That's a distraction, like Wayne Shorter is on most of this record.
Okay, Sue, start again. I'm going to mute myself.
I just wanted to say that I haven't really talked so much about how much I like Joni's voice on this album. Her voice, it's amazing to me because, a lot of people complained that her voice was changing and all this, but, even she said, some of these deeper songs, you needed a more mature voice to sing, and what's really amazing is that you would think, like for any normal person who kind of doesn't sing great, as you age, it's so much harder to hit those, not only the higher notes, but just to hit the right note, you know what I mean? And she just, no matter what, she has got like an incredible tone and her pitch is good and everything, and it just sounds great.
Yeah, I do have to say her voice was surprisingly strong. That's what I was surprised by that.
And I really just think she's a genius in the way she sings too, But yeah, I listened to Love Has Many Faces, and this was one of the songs they played the Travelogue version of Be Cool on that compilation, and I just fell in love with it. It was like every time it came on, I was like, oh, great. I love this. And the song is just so cool. I mean, it's just like, it's like what you always want to be, like you said, don't whine, kiss off that shaky Valentine, it's like, carry on, woman. I love it.
I feel like she's wearing her little beret, like her little Wild Things Run Fast beret.
Right. Yeah, it sounds really great. So.
All right, Mark, your hand is up.
Well, I was at the Concord Both Sides Now concert, and I have these CDs. I don't know where I got them, but the first one, unfortunately, is fucked up and doesn't play right. But I remember, and I had to check just to be sure that my memory was correct, that the songs from Travelogue that they played after the end of the Both Sides Now songs, the first one was Be Cool. And I remember how delighted we all were with it. It was just, it swings and it was a lot of fun. And I still think that. Anyway, that's all.
All right. Does anyone else have anything to say about Be Cool before we 50 and 50 fire and ice our way out of here? Jim?
Okay, sorry about that. I had to find the unmute button. So the credits say that Wayne Shorter played soprano sax, and then there was tenor played by Kenny Wheeler. And listening back, I think maybe that's a tenor on that one. A tenor's a little lower than a soprano, right?
Yeah, no, you're right. That's
Yeah.
why I like it. It's not
Yeah.
a weasel.
Yeah.
All right. Well, moving on to the next song, which we are going to have a live performance of. And I just want to say this is the best cup of coffee I've ever had. It's washing the bad taste of some of these songs right out of my mouth. Sue, do you want to pause and do a little sound check?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, wonderful. All right, we have the pleasure of a second wonderful performance night from our lovely friend, Sue Tierney.
Great. Okay, here we go. I'm always running behind the times, just like this train, shaking into town with the brakes complaining. Used to got lovers like railroad cars, I counted them on my side. Lately I don't count on nothing, I just let things slide. The station, a master shuffling cars, boxcars are clanging in the yards. Jealous love will make you crazy if you can't find your goodness, 'cause you lost your heart, 'cause you lost your heart. I went looking for a cause, or a strong cat without claws, or any reason to resume. And I found this empty seat in this crowded waiting room. I found everybody waiting. Old man sleeping on his bags, and women with that teased up kind of hair. Kids with the jitters in their legs, and those wide, wide open stares. And the kids got cokes and chocolate bars. There's a thin man smoking a fat cigar. Jealous loving will make you crazy if you can't find your goodness, 'cause you lost your heart, 'cause you lost your heart. What are you gonna do now? You've got no one to give your love to. Well, I've got this birth and this roll down blind. I got this fold up sink and these rocks, these cactuses blowing by, and a bottle of German wine to drink. Settle down into the clickety-clack with the clouds and the stars to read. Dreaming of the pleasure I'm gonna have, watching your hairline recede, my vain darling. Watching your hair in clouds and stars. I'm rocking away in a sleeping car. crazy. I can't find my goodness. I lost my heart. Oh, sour grapes, 'cause I lost my heart.
Wonderful.
Yay, yay. Sue, I love how your vocals have become so much more confident over the years.
Yeah.
You know, you dive in, you belt those notes out, you get it, you grab it. It sounds great.
Yep. I like that better than the Travelogue version.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, that Sue's version popped. The Travelogue version drags.
Just like a train, right? Just like a train.
Well, just like a train that's not running on coal anymore or something. It's not even running. It's off the tracks.
So who here gives the Travelogue version of Just Like This Train a thumbs up? Nobody. Who gives it a thumb sideways? We have, a lot of sideways. A lot of sideways. Who gives it a thumbs down? All right. Well, overwhelmingly, it looks like we have sideways. Does anybody have anything to say about the song other than Sue's version kicked ass?
I love this song.
Yeah, I love it. I love that she started doing it in the 90s again.
Yeah, for sure.
I was surprised actually when she started doing that one again. I'm like, because wasn't it like on a compilation or a B-side, maybe on the Moon at the Window CD single? I don't know. I'm probably being too much of a nerd here. Sorry. All right. Well, we'll move on to the next song then if we have nothing to say. And I'll be honest, a lot of these songs on side 2, I listened to this and I don't even remember these versions. And I listened to them 2 days ago. Next. Oh, Chris, do you have something to say about Just Like This Train? No, we're moving on to the next one. Okay. Is justice just ice? We're about to find out how we feel about the Travelogue version of Sex Kills from Turbulent Indigo. Who here gives the Travelogue version a thumbs up? We got 2. Who here gives it a sideways? We got 3. Who gives it a thumbs down? We got 4. And it looks like justice is just ice, according to the Phonogenics 101 Joni Mitchell panel. We have Chris, we have Ruben, then we have Bob, then we have Jack. Chris, start her off.
Well, this one, I could see this over the Bond credits for a Bond movie, except, it mentions Cadillac. I could, there's something about the way this song is done. I actually like the energy that the orchestra brings to it. I really do, as opposed to the rock and roll. But I always keep looking to spot. I say, where's Angie Dickinson? I mean, it's like Policewoman. It really sounds like a TV theme a little bit too much. That said, though, I really do feel like it got some new energy from the orchestra, and that's why I give it a qualified thumbs up. I think it's a very good song, and I think it's an important song, and I know politically it speaks to a lot of folks, in very different ways, and I don't know. I would hope that more people might have listened to this version.
All my life, I've been wondering where Angie Dickinson is.
Okay, Ruben, and then Bob, and then Jack.
Angie Dickinson is still kicking around. I just saw an interview that she did somewhere from not too long ago. She's quite elderly, but she's still cool. I feel like if there's any Joni Mitchell song that deserves this bombastic, overblown treatment, it's Sex Kills. I thought it was kind of, I think it was overdone right out of the gate, and it just continues to overbake on this one. And if you look at it that way, it's fabulous. So I think it worked.
Yeah, Ruben, I remember you didn't love the original the first time around. Okay, Bob and then Jack.
Sorry. So yeah. So I haven't heard the original and a couple of cover versions from some rockers that tore the song apart and brought out the anger in it with some electric guitars and bombastic, good bombastic noise. This is a song that does not need an orchestra. It doesn't need a bombastic 70-piece orchestra. What it needs is a good loud vocal. As Joni would say about Cold Blue Steel, it needs to be spat out, not sung with an orchestra. And this doesn't do it at all. So it's her second version of the song that is a failure on that front. There are some good versions out there, which I deferred to in our discussion of T.I. about a band that really tears this song up, but it doesn't happen here.
And I just want to say this before I forget. I know this isn't the right time to say this, but I like Dancing Clown better than anything on this album. Okay, Jack, you're next.
Well, I love this version. When Turbulent Indigo first came out, this was probably my least favorite song on it. And I've gotten to like it over the years, but for some reason, I love this version. I agree with Chris that it brings a level of energy that isn't in the T.I. version of it. I think it's great. I think it completely rocks out.
Okay. Does anyone else have any thoughts on Sex Kills? Say hi to Miss Janet, everybody. Oh, my baby, my best friend. All right, Bob. Oh. Look at, I am like Dancing Clown, carrying my cat around. All right. Well, what do we have next here? Did I miss anybody? Moving on. Okay. Oh, next, a song that was perfect on Hejira. Perfect. When Dixie Cold Cuts. Before it was A Drunk with Sage's Eyes, it was, what's the original version? I like whatever she said on the album better. He drank and womanized. Refuge of the Roads. Did it need an orchestral version or did it not? Who gives this one a thumbs up? Okay, we have 3. Who gives it a sideways? Oh, no. We have 1. Uh-oh, I know what's coming next. Oh, we have 2. Who gives it a thumbs down? Okay, we have a lot of people ready to talk about this one. I'm gonna say my one thing. I just thought that original version was perfect. It's stuck in 1976 for me. I can feel like that grainy TV, stopping at the rest stop, that cool air. I don't know. That song to me is just a moment in time and one of her most gorgeous songs ever. Okay, Ruben, you're first, but you just went off camera, so I will come back to you. We're gonna have Jack next.
I really like this version. I don't like it better than the Hejira version, but I think it's great. Similar to what Chris said earlier, I could see this rolling at the end of a movie over the credits. It's got a very cinematic feel to me. I like it. I think it works. I don't think it necessarily improves on the first version, but I think it's a great little version.
All right, Chris, you're next.
Sue opened earlier by saying that there were certain tracks on this that involved the harp, and this one very specifically starts off with the harp doing her guitar introduction. And for me, I always had a very, very specific image every time I heard that harp opening, and it was always, when you're on an airplane and you've taken off and you're rising and suddenly the plane breaks above the clouds and there's that moment where suddenly it just pulls this curtain over and you're floating above this diaphanous sea of movement. And this harp intro just so brings that to my mind every time. I think that there are certain things within the vocal that she simplifies just a little bit when she sings about the nets were overflowing in the Gulf of Mexico. It's a little bit more simplified than the original version. and somehow gets stronger for it. I think there's some nuggets of things that are different within this version that are worthy. Is it better than the original? No, it's not. But there are definitely some moments that are really, really, really worthy. So I would recommend, if you can, give it another listen. You might like it.
Well, for 20 seconds, I'm going to go against the rules and talk about the original. But being a traveling musician myself, that last verse where they're talking about seeing the picture of the globe, then like going, like it actually like brings tears. I'm actually like tearing up thinking about it. What a beautiful, beautiful verse that is. And then to give it this shitaeus like cover with the orchestra. Okay, Jim, Sue.
Okay, well, obviously from Hejira you can't top it really, because it was perfectly realized in Hejira. But yeah, I think this one works too, and the reason is because, well, for one thing, it's not bombastic, right? So Vince kind of realized it was time to sit back a little bit, and it feels like it almost feels like she's opened up her diary and she's reciting it straight out of a diary, which is a good thing to do with a Hejira song. So it works for me.
All right, Sue, you're next.
Yeah, the harp. I love it. I love the harp. I think that, you know, in a way, this is like one of those songs that actually tried to stay close to the original, you know, and I have to say that this is, if somebody like really needed me to say what my favorite Joni Mitchell song is, it's always this song, because of the expanse of it, because of the, you know, universal themes in it, and you know, it's just a perfect capstone to Hejira. You know, it's like, oh my God, such a beautiful song, and you know, I enjoyed listening to this one in Travelogue. I thought that it was really, really well done, and you know, I mean, come on, isn't there anybody who can come to Joni Fest with a harp? Wouldn't that be awesome? I would love that. Or maybe I should learn to play the harp. I should find a harp.
Sue, I think you should learn to play the harp. That's what I think.
Harp arrangements of 175 Joni Mitchell songs.
Yeah. Now, who gives a thumbs up? Who gives a thumbs up that it should be Sue that learns the harp? Do you ever get these moments where you're just amazed by the talent of Joni Mitchell? Just even you saying that, Sue, like, how the fuck do you end the perfect album?
Yeah.
Then you find the perfect song to end the perfect album. Like,
it was beautiful.
Oh my God.
And I'm the same with you. Every time I hear her say, you know, the marbled bowling ball, I start crying, you know?
Because I feel like I've been at a highway rest stop and I've seen that poster of like the earth.
Yeah, that picture is so beautiful.
Ooh, takes my breath away.
It's amazing. And she, you know, and all the lines are great, you know? I went running like a white-ass deer. You know, running to lose the blues.
I guess this does fit the Travelogue theme of the album with the title. Yeah. Chris, is your hand up from before? Okay. Ruben, is your hand up from before?
No. No, it's for this one.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. It occurred to me when I was listening to these that it's probably a good safe bet that we have listened to these songs many, many more times than Joni has, and maybe she doesn't hold them in the sort of, she obviously doesn't hold them in the same sort of reverence that we do. And they're not, it's not that they're holy texts, but some of them you just shouldn't touch. And I feel like I said before, with the Wild Things tracks, they were awesome. These are great new versions of those. The Hejira tracks, just leave them alone. Just don't touch them. I don't know why, but I don't think there's anything she could have done with these
Amen, bro.
Tracks. I shut them off as soon as they come on because I can't stand it. And I won't say anything when Hejira comes up because I know we're trying to get through this, but I feel even more so about the orchestral version of Hejira. I just can't deal with it. It breaks my heart to hear it this way. That's all.
Ruben, I'll argue with you that these are even those original versions are holier than holier texts to me. To be honest
Fair
with
enough.
you.
Fair enough.
Okay, Bob, you're next.
Yeah, so just piggybacking on what Ruben says, this would be like going to a museum and taking Michelangelo's Pieta statue and giving it a bigger dick, thinking that would make it better. You know, it's a classic work of art, which is beautiful and perfect, that does not need to be touched, right? So don't touch it.
We all know a bigger dick isn't always better. We know.
But it's not, it's marble. It's not going to work for you, Jeremy. Sorry. Yeah. So, but this and Hejira, same comment. You know, it's perfection the way it is. To touch it is a crime.
I agree. Okay. Any other thoughts on? Okay, Jim.
Yeah, what Ruben said, and really what Bob said, that they really are holy texts in my living room. I'm sorry it doesn't work for some people, but it works for me. And just to perseverate on the text for a minute, who else writes a story about a road trip and ties it into flying above the clouds and coming back from the moon? I mean that's like the ultimate road trip, right? She's got all these different kinds of travel, and she sews it up with this peerless text. Joni forever, man. I'm out.
All right, Chris.
I feel like I need to quote from Michael Paz. She's Joni fucking Mitchell. She can do whatever the fuck she wants. So anybody who says don't touch it, she wants to touch it, touch away. Let's move on to Hejira.
You see, I'm going to say another quote. I'm Jeremy fucking Gloff, and I can recognize a shitty version of a great song when I hear it. So tell that to Michael Paz. Thank you very much. Okay, Hejira. Anybody give the Travelogue version of Hejira a thumbs up? Chris? Does anybody give it a sideways? Oh, does anybody give it a thumbs down? Sorry, Chris and Paz. Okay, does anybody want to talk about this one? Chris, go ahead.
What this version gave, and again, this is one of, if not one of my very, very favorite songs that she ever recorded. Not this version, the original version. They could not be touched. The version on Shadows and Light is absolutely breathtaking. There were existing versions of it that could not be bettered. What this did, though, was it did bring out certain things in the song that were less than obvious before. I think overall, the orchestral version has a more cinematic feel to it. In fact, when they played it live at the Both Sides Now shows, it felt even more cinematic than what they actually wound up recording. And I haven't really compared them to figure out what changed, but something got dialed back a little bit, or it felt that way. What did become more apparent from any of the other earlier recorded versions was the propulsion, the drive, the movement of the song. I really got the sense that I could see lines under my vehicle and I could feel the motion of moving ahead in a way that both the original version or the Shadows and Light version didn't really bring to me. And in that regard, I don't mind that sense of pace for it. I like to experience it. When I let myself go with that, join that current, I enjoy it. So for your next listen, let yourself go and see where the lazy river takes you.
Cool. As I'm being vocal about my thoughts on this album, I love hearing. I am gonna go back and listen to this album and keep everything everyone said in mind, and it's gonna be interesting to hear how that listen is, because Chris, you said some especially things that have really stuck with me, especially about Woodstock and then this one. So I'll go back and listen. But one thing about this album, as far as like a body of work, the thing I love about Joni Mitchell albums is they really feel like a journey from beginning to end. And for this album being called Travelogue, it doesn't seem to have a cohesiveness or kind of tell a story as an album to me. It just feels kind of like a mixtape of like orchestra versions, which it's kind of ironic that it's called Travelogue. So just a thought. Any other thoughts on Hijira, the orchestral version?
For me,
I'm just going to call out Blade on this. I think he was freaking awesome on this track. Blade is fantastic.
For me, the guitar on the original version gives me that sense of propulsion. I can feel myself driving in a car and the lines going by on the highway when I hear that guitar.
I love where that second guitar comes in, like in the third measure or whatever.
And the rhythm of that's what does it for me.
Because I'll just take 20 seconds, but much like being on the highway, that original version's so hypnotic, you almost get lost in it, just like you do when you're driving for hours and hours. It just becomes almost mindless and hypnotizing. And that's what I need from Hijira. This version doesn't give it to me. Jim?
Yeah. So as the word guy, I'm going to talk for just very quickly about some of these lines, because we can't move on without it. Each so deep and so superficial between the forceps and the stone. Again, peerless stuff. I mean, Bob Dylan never went that far, The forceps and the stone. And that's like a throwback to all the other stuff that she talks about, like, the eagle and the serpent and, train shadow to plane shadow and all that other stuff. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about how deep all that stuff is. And for some reason, White Flags of Winter Chimneys jumps out at me. I don't know why. It's July here in Ohio. I'm out.
Which Wendy and Lisa named one of their albums after that line. So much love for Wendy and Lisa. That's a great album, if anyone hasn't checked it out. Okay, are we moving on? So I put on this album without remembering the track list. So as the songs are coming on, I'm like, okay. So as this album went on, when the next song started, I'm like, oh no, don't do this to Chinese Cafe. I'm like, oh no, what's going on here? So up next, we have, is this the fourth song from Wild Things Run Fast? And we talked about sacred text. To me, this is I'm not a big fan of the Wild Things Run Fast album, but to me, this is a sacred song. I love Chinese Cafe, and that original version did everything to me that the best Joni Mitchell songs do. So the Travelogue version, Chinese Cafe, who gives it a thumbs up? We got 2. We got 3. Who gives it a sideways? We have 4 sideways. Who gives it a thumbs down? Bob, are you my spirit twin?
I don't know. I just know what I don't like.
I just love that synthesizer coming in. Then she has her piano, and I don't know that. I think Chinese Cafe is
when
beautiful.
You have a song that's basically 2 women sitting on the front porch or the back porch, sipping on coffee or wine or tea or whatever they're drinking, and saying, caught in the middle, Carol, middle class, we're middle aged. We were wild in the old days, birth of rock and roll days. Now, my child's a stranger. I bore her, I didn't raise her. And all of a sudden, you're on the front porch of your own house, and here comes a 70-piece orchestra to talk about what you're saying. It's like, what the hell? Get away from me. We're trying to have an intimate conversation here with my friend, Carol. And here comes the 70-piece orchestra. It's totally inappropriate. Doesn't work. It's terrible, awful, bad.
And
it's just sparkling on that front lawn. They're not on the front porch.
This song was such a product of Joni Mitchell's middle age. You know what I mean? She was in her middle age. She was writing from that point of view. She was singing from that point of view. It really doesn't work being reinvented as an older and wiser tune. because this is from a mark on the road that was so. Oh, I'm tired, so I'm having trouble articulating my thoughts. But it was so indicative of that time of her life. I don't need an older and wiser version of that. I need it to exist where it does for me.
And Mark, that's even worse. If it's wintertime and you're inside your house and the orchestra starts banging down the door and coming in your house, it's like, what the hell? You call 911. You're calling the cops. I've got a 7-piece orchestra in here. Come get these sons of bitches out of here. They're killing me.
They would have never all fit in the cafe.
I love the song. Obviously, the song is brilliant. It's one of the highlights of Wild Things Run Fast. It does not work in this setting for me.
Bob, you used to be so polite. You used to be a polite Southerner, and now you're just like giving both bells.
I'll do that to you.
All right.
This Chinese cafe has maximum occupancy of 4 people, not 70. Okay, we're going by the hands. We have David, we have Chris, we have Ruben.
Yeah, so this is one of the, like most of you, I just listened to this week, and it was just kind of, in the background, and so I haven't really, studied these at all, but as this was playing, I thought, my God, what a beautiful song. And it's like one of the few times listening to it that I thought, oh my God, why did you fuck up? It wasn't why did you fuck up such a beautiful song. It was, thank you for reminding me what a beautiful song this is. And this is getting back to the original. I'm sorry we're not supposed to do that, but I've always wondered why this is such a beautiful song. I've never quite understood what it is about it that I find so just gorgeous and moving. Why it's such a moving song. I don't know why, but anyway, I do love the song, and this version reminded me that it is lovely. So there.
Do you know what just popped in my head, David? Is the reason I felt this song was so lovely is because she was talking about being 40 just as well as she talked about being 20. And there wasn't many songwriters that had ever done that before. So Joni really broke new ground in being able to write about her 30s and her 40s, just as strong as she was able to write about her. We can all write poetry about our angsty 20s. That's been done a million times. But how often do people effectively write about the middle age like she did in this song, in my opinion?
I love that line. You look like our mothers did then in those days.
Oh my God, right?
Oh my God, that hit me in the gut.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm getting the goosebumps. Okay. David, did you have anything else? Okay, Chris, you're next.
Wow. This song for me loses a little bit of its theatricality, in that now it's kind of like the original tune and the cover tune are all kind of the same. They're all, equivalent. The orchestra starts the song and continues through. It doesn't really change much going into it. When the original tune was done, the original was, yes, there was accompaniment to her. It wasn't just her and her own instrument, but and the piano, but there was something that was intimate about it. What's interesting though is it helps to have a little bit of knowledge of the original cover tune and the original Righteous Brothers version of it, because when she sings it so intimately and then allows it all to drop away, and even more so delivers those final lines, I need your love, Godspeed your love to me. It's so devastating because the wall of sound isn't there, but there's all of this context and emotion and time is there. I mean, she's brought that in, and that seems wiped away from this version. I don't get the sense of time, recollection, reflection. I'm getting a narrative, like a very linear, carriage of thought, but I'm not really getting any kind of comparison that allows me to say, I'm understanding what that means to her. And I really miss that for this version. I really miss that.
That's a great observation, and I completely agree. All right, Ruben, you're next.
Everything that Chris just said, and I won't repeat that, but I think the original, as always, it's such a sad song, and she gives that sort of obvious reference to giving up the baby at the beginning, and then I've always thought that she used the unchained melody parts, especially at the end of the song. She's singing directly to this lost child. I need your love, Godspeed your love to me. Time goes by so slowly. Are you still mine? It's just devastating, and that's completely lost in the orchestral version. On the flip side, I loved the fact that she liked it enough to give it another kick in this project. I don't think it adds anything to the original, but I like, in that respect, I like that she included it. I don't know.
I'm glad that somebody else thinks that about the Unchained Melody, Ruben, because I've always felt that she was singing that to the child that she gave up.
Yeah.
I need your love. I need your love. Godspeed your love to me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's just heartbreaking.
Yeah, it really is.
I think this is the most heartbreaking song she ever wrote, ever, because of that.
All right, Jim, you're next.
Max Holden would love that. I hope she hears what you just said about that. As the words guy, I keep coming back to this. The narrative and the beauty of the words comes right through for me, even in this version. And it doesn't. It's never seemed like there's one setting and that's the whole song. To me, it's like a slideshow. It's like she and Carol are on the front porch, and then later on she's talking about, the opposite, which is how the old town has come and gone. And as an amateur photographer, then, I see a slideshow of what it used to look like and the uranium money and all that stuff. And then there's Christmas is Sparkling, which is a completely different slide. You know what I mean? To me, it's like I see a whole bunch of different slideshows. Not different slideshows, but a slideshow of different scenes. It's very visual for me. However, the thing that I miss is the intro from the original version, where they've got that synthesizer, and then the music comes in, and you're just anticipating that cymbal hit,
Yeah.
Dun, dun, for some reason, that just slays me. I love that. I'm out.
All right. Any other thoughts on Chinese Cafe before we move on to the last? How many songs we got left? 5. We still have 5 songs. Okay. When Night Ride Home came out in 1991, I was immediately blown away, especially by the third track of the album, A Harrowing Tale of Cherokee Louise. I feel like the original version is one of my favorite Joni Mitchell songs. It just rips your heart out. I did not need an orchestral version. Who here gives the orchestral version of Cherokee Louise a thumbs up? Who gives it a sideways? Who gives it a thumbs down? All right. Chris, you're first. We have Chris and then Bob.
So this is the one that gained the intro which was originally applied to For the Roses, which was that bing, 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 just kind of like almost like a dripping sound, or like or a clock ticking, and it's really kind of somber. It's extremely somber and poignant. Maybe too much so. What I think was lost on a lot of folks, and maybe I'm wrong about this, is that yes, the kind of childhood skipping timing and tempo that was applied to the original was very childlike, and it created, I guess, a juxtaposition to be able to put this very, very serious story against, and in a way that sort of, in a quiet way, gave you a point of reference for childhood innocence. I don't know how successful it really was in really communicating that to people who don't give it more than 10 or 11 listens before they figure out that they love the song. It's a very sad story. I think what the orchestral version does do, though, is it makes it more cinematic in a way that almost makes it a little bit more quote unquote palatable, in terms of, we get the sense that there's a story, a dramatic story happening and unfolding here that she's describing. I always wanted, and I'm glad the panel is all here to talk about this, because there's something that happens toward the end of the song in this version. The orchestra swells so much that when Joni comes back with the vocal, she's in the place where you can stand and press your hands like it was bubble bath. I get crazy. I go, oh my gosh, she's dead. And I thought, but wait, that can't be. That's not the ending I need or want, or that should be. I never heard that before, and I don't know if I want to hear that now. But once I allowed myself to feel that way, I can't go back. So I'm just curious if anybody else ever got struck by that same kind of sort of adjustment that seems to have been made with the way this song wraps up.
I never thought about it that way. That's really an interesting point. I'm gonna have to go back and listen.
Chris, you're gonna make me re-listen to this whole damn album. That's a really good point. I never thought about it.
But I don't want her to, I don't think that she should be. And also, I don't know if we ever talked about this. I still say that the dust is what happens when cottonwood trees or whatever it is makes those big pieces of pollen, and they all congregate in and around corners of buildings and staircases and things like that. So I have a feeling that this stuff blows in there, and all the kids know where to go and see it when it happens, because it's by the rain or something, it doesn't get wet and added down. I don't know. I need to talk to a kid who lives in Saskatchewan.
All right, Bob, you're next.
So yeah, to me, Chris, the dust is the soft dirt under a bridge that never ever gets rained on, so it stays dry and dusty and powdery. But that's neither here nor there, having to do with this song, which is about the rape of Mary Waddington, Joni's childhood friend, Indigenous Native Canadian girl. A tragic story, which should not be subjected to an orchestral treatment. Love the song. I mean, I say I love the song. I don't love what happens in the song, but the song is a very touching, poignant song. I have cried to the song more than one time, and I'm sure that I will again.
Me too. Yep.
But to hear an orchestra on this song, it seems really inappropriate to me. It's a very tender, quiet, intimate moment that just doesn't need an orchestra. But that's all I have to say about this song in this setting.
Bob, do you feel like they're under the bridge sharing a nice childhood moment? Then here comes the 70-piece orchestra under the bridge.
No, that was Chinese Cafe. But I think, as the thing is, the beauty of that is, as children, Joni knew where she would be. She said, okay, her foster dad raped her, so she ran away from home, and I know where she is. By God, I know where she is. She's underneath this bridge where we always went as children to escape from whatever reality we were facing at the time. And that's more to do with the song than this treatment. Yeah. So yeah, the song is beautiful and perfect, and I love it. This treatment is totally inappropriate for this song. on this record.
This might be a hot take, but I feel like Cherokee Louise is just as good as anything Joni Mitchell's ever written. You know, maybe it's not his era. Maybe it's not his era, but it's pretty close to me. Yeah. Any other thoughts on this song? And Chris, let me just touch on what you said. I think that kind of mirthful rhythm is what makes the original work for me. Having the orchestra sound have the dirge that's in the words is just too heavy. It doesn't do what the original did so well. Okay.
That's Joni's iconic shuffle.
Yeah.
That shuffle for Turbulent Indigo too, and there's a couple other songs I can't remember right off the top of my head, but it's so
Crazy Cries of Love.
Yeah, maybe
a little bit.
It's a very off-tempo shuffle, and it's hard to play, but it goes along with the song perfectly.
Yellow Taxi 2008. Okay, what do we have next? Oh, okay. Now, when the original track list came out of the album, I was like, holy shit, she's doing Dawn Treader. This is the one that kind of intrigued me. Then the second thing I wondered is like, is she going to hit the note? Which she does the first time around. All right. Dawn Treader Travelogue version. For the first time on the album, I'm going to give it a thumbs up. Anybody else? Who else gives this one a thumbs up? Oh, holy shit! Bob and Jeremy! Thumbs up! Who gives it the sideways? And who gives it the thumbs down? Oh, Jim. All right. So all the songs on the album, for her to revisit this track from her first album, for some reason it just really worked for me. Like she hit the note. I love the original version. I love this version. Me and my friend have a joke. If an album sucks and we only like one song on it, we call it the CD single. So I call this whole album the Dawn Treader CD single. Okay, we have a lot of people willing to talk about this one. So a little preview. We have Sue, Bob, Jack, and Chris starting things off. Go ahead, Sue.
Yeah, this is an incredibly gorgeous song, and it was really great to hear Dave and Robin do it. They do an amazing job on this song.
They did.
And you know, it's so interesting how early she wrote this in her career. You know, she wrote this way before, maybe not way before, but like at least a year before Song to a Seagull came out. And she was already like really experimenting with really strange tunings. This is a really unique and strange tuning. There was only one other song in this tuning, The Way It Is, which was what do they call it? A song for a news show, like the theme song for a
oh yeah, that's right,
news show. So, but you know, while they were playing it, I was thinking about how Joni like came out of that marriage, right? And she was singing in all these dark cafes and everything. And then she comes out into Florida, you know, and is riding on David Crosby's yacht, you know, or whatever. But when they were talking about how open and free and everything she felt, and all the images that she had about the ocean and, you know, just the light and, you know, come back from the tourist sites. She was leaving New York City, and eventually she would go to California, and it was a totally different time for her. And the fact that she brings this song back at her age now, or her age, you know, in 2002, is really interesting to me that she selected this. You know, I mean, it's just an incredibly beautiful song. Did they have a lot of covers of this song, Bob?
No, maybe 8 or 9, not too many.
It's so interesting because it's such a, I don't know.
I feel like the selection of this song is just as random as Otis and Marlena, but successful.
Yeah, it is successful because the song is so gorgeous, you know. I think that the orchestra does do a good job of, I think the harp's in this one too.
Yep.
But yeah, I loved it. I think that it's one of the best tracks on the album.
I'll go as far as saying I might like this better than anything on both sides now, except maybe both sides now.
Right.
All right, Bob, you're next.
All right, so yeah, this song, oh my God, this is the one song that improves on the original for me. I go to Pawleys Island, South Carolina every year. I have since 1986, and the house we stay in is called the Periwinkle.
Oh,
believe that or not, it's true. And you know, we get up in the morning, we have coffee, maybe have breakfast, we have some conversation. We walk down to the beach and walk the beach and look at the shells and watch the seabirds. And when I heard this version, it evokes that beach morning in every way, shape, and form for me. It's beautiful. The harp is totally gorgeous on this song. I mean, when this song, Dawn Treader, is worth the purchase price for this double CD set. For me, it was. I mean, and I love the original version. I mean,
I agree.
Treader's a gorgeous song, but this is the one song on the record, and I'm so glad to hear Dave and Robin do it, because it's the one song where she bettered what she did before. I didn't forget. I would never forget the original, but this version is so pretty. I would go to Travelogue to hear this version of the song. You know, the seabirds, the shells on the beach, the sand under your feet, you name it. All those beach things, all those sea dreams come back to me. It is just amazing. I hear this song in my head whenever we go to Pawleys Island and stay at the Periwinkle in June of every year.
I feel like having this song, originally from like a young ingenue pirate, and having it now delivered as a weathered, craggy, older pirate works. You know what I mean? And it really works. Of all the things, stereotypically you think like Circle Game from Older and Wiser. No, Joni as the old pirate on the boat singing about the sea blows my ass away. Jack, you're next.
Yeah, so I'm not a huge fan of Joni's really early voice. So I wasn't even really all that familiar with the Dawn Treader. As far as listening to it and appreciating how beautiful it is. So hearing it on Travelogue was really like my first opportunity to really enjoy it. And man, I enjoy it. It's beautiful. I think it's a great version. Dave and Robin's version tonight was holy shit, man. That was great as well. But yeah, I would say that and maybe because I wasn't that familiar with the song, and so it really kind of caught me by surprise at how beautiful it was. It might be my favorite song on the album.
Yeah, even on that first album, like of course I love every song on that first. I love every song on like her first 9 albums. But when you listen to Song to a Seagull, it's not a song that immediately is a standout. You know what I mean? It takes a few times for me to get that one. The first time I listened to it, maybe Night in the City and Cactus Tree were the ones that, holy shit. But then eventually you understand Dawn Treader. So for her to go to that song of all the songs for this album to me was surprising, and after hearing it, like, awesome. Okay, Chris, you're next.
Just two. First of all, this version is absolutely spectacular. Vince did an amazing job working from her very intricate guitar work that laid everything out for him. And he kept it. He kept true to it. He really, really did. And to his credit, I think it's really a wonderful. I agree. It might be the best track on the record. That said, I'm not so crazy about the sound of her voice on this entire record. I know that she even at that point went to vocal therapy before doing Shine. So I think she felt that there were moments on this record that might have been better. I think there's a couple of places in this particular track that could have used a little less of the character where her voice had taken on. That said, though, she did correct something, which was the very first word of the song. She no longer says paradox; she says parados in this version.
All right, Mark Scott, you're next.
Well, for me, this one is the absolute best track on Travelogue. I love it. And like Chris said, it comes almost completely out of the guitar on the original. And I love the original too. I don't know that I could choose one over the other. The orchestral version enhances it very beautifully. And one thing about it, I think, Jeremy, you were saying something about her being older singing this version. And the one line that always stood out to me was, leave behind your streets, he said, and come to me. And in this version, she says, leave behind your streets, he said, and come here to me. It's sexy, I think. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I'm coming, I'm on my way. But
booty call.
Yes, exactly.
That pirate's getting more than the booty that she planned on, right?
But yeah, I really love the song. It's might be my favorite Joni Mitchell song, maybe my favorite song of all time. I don't know, but it's a way up there for me. And I like the sound of her voice on Song to a Seagull too, though. And I don't think she ever sounded quite like that again on any of her records. But there's a very pure, beautiful sound to that. And it's not like the House of the Rising Sun on the archive, the first archive. It's not that pure, young ingenue soprano, but it's still quite beautiful. Anyway, but I like the vocal on this one too.
I'm so surprised that, because I thought I was gonna be the only one that loved this song. So this is kind of cool. All right, we got Sue next.
I forgot to say one other thing. Like Mark was saying, how she changed that line. One of the other things she did as far as the voicing was at the end where she goes, "and a baby." She has a pause right before she says baby that killed me. It killed me.
Yeah, because instead of going for that high note, she did it a little bit differently, right? And I actually love that she hit the note the first time, then did something different. Yeah.
Yeah, that is really great.
Yeah, and it's like perfect timing type of thing, you know? And yeah, I mean, that's another thing that makes that song just so beautiful.
And you can really hear the experience of the sea in the years in her voice in the best damn way possible in this one. Bob, did you have more to say, or was your hand up from before?
No, just a quick comment is that this is one of the few songs on the record where this version is in the exact same key as in the original version, the key of D.
Oh, it is?
No key change. Yeah. A lot of these songs, they dropped a fourth or a sixth for her to sing them. But Dawn Treader, she's in the exact same key as on Song to a Seagull.
I did not know that.
Now you know.
Mark.
The other thing that I wanted to comment about this one was there's a figure that the guitar plays on the lower strings that to me always sounds like the rocking of a boat or waves or something. Do, 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 do. I don't know how to describe it, but maybe you know what I'm talking about, maybe you don't. I don't know all the time what I'm talking about.
Oh, I told it, Mark, I do know what you're talking about. And all this discussion is making me realize how cool is it that her first album was this concept album. I mean, we're not talking about the old stuff, but holy shit, what a debut that was.
And that was before she lived next door to Zappa.
Oh, back to Travelogue. Any final thoughts on Dawn Treader?
Oh, one question though for Mark. Mark, Can you hear that figure you're talking about, the bass string or whatever it is? Can you hear that better in the orchestral version or the original?
It's hard to say.
I want to go back and listen for it.
Maybe in the orchestral. I don't know. It's hard to say.
Okay, we're down to 3 songs, my friends. Right now in this world, there is a lot of tragedy. There's a lot of really bad things happening. But I don't know if anything's quite as bad as this version of Last Time I Saw Richard. Okay, who here gives the orchestral version of The Last Time I Saw Richard a thumbs up? Oh, okay. We got 2. Who gives it a sideways thumb? Medium. Okay, does anybody give it a thumbs down besides me? The top row.
I'd use my feet if I could.
The blue version, she's sitting in a panel bar. The Wurlitzer. I just didn't need an updated version. I have nothing to say. Chris, is your hand up on this one? All right, you're up.
Bob, do you know whether or not this was lowered by a 1/6 or an 1/8 or an octave? I mean,
I couldn't tell you that. All I can tell you is that the narrative on this story is totally lost because of the bombastic orchestra involved with this track.
I'm more concerned about her vocal being so I can't listen to it.
The last time I saw Richard.
I have to skip the track, and I actually don't find the arrangement difficult. It's the sound of her voice. It's not even what she does with it. It's just that she's lowered it so much lower that it's a croak to me. It broke my heart when I heard this.
You're like, is that Joni singing or Richard?
And yes, when I compare her voice on Shine to this particular track, it is 1,000% better on Shine.
Yeah, I love her voice on Shine. All right, Bob.
I said what I wanted to say. I mean, the narrative is lost. The orchestra is totally inappropriate. It totally does not work on this album, on this project.
All right, Sue.
Well, this is another one of the songs that I originally heard on Love Has Many Faces. And I don't know, I really liked it. I think it might have been more about the arrangement of the orchestra and how it kind of, sounded fuller or something. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know if I can say any more than that because if I was going to pick songs that should stay on one album of Travelogue, I would keep this song because I like it.
The opening to the song, the intro,
the
orchestra is gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's again another one of those beautiful, beautiful music cues.
Mm-hmm. And she has the cheesy way she says, "Come on now, it's getting on time to close," But she did that on Miles of Isles too. But I don't know. I really like it.
This is the only song from Blue on this collection, isn't it?
Yeah.
Her most lauded record, and that's the only song.
Brandy Carlisle's like, I'm not listening to Travelogue. There's no Blue songs on.
Oh, would you quit ragging on Brandy Carlisle?
Never. Not until she's one of my patrons. If she subscribes to my Patreon, I'll stop talking about her. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. Ruben, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I listened to this actually today. I listened to the second half of the second disc today in the car, and I really liked her vocal on this. And I agree that the narrative gets lost with the arrangement. I wish it'd be interesting to hear her do this at this point in time in 2000, whatever it was, with a different arrangement, because I think her older sounding voice lent an interesting level to the whole thing. But I don't know. I don't know. I liked it. I liked it again with the whole thing. every time I listened to it in the last couple weeks, I liked it better than I thought I did.
I think my take on it was like with Dawn Treader, I can handle like an older Joni singing about the sea. But at this point, like Joni, you got to get over Richard. Like at this point, it's just time to get over it. All the men from my youth, like I'm not gonna sing about them. I'm done. Done. Scott, Ryan, no. Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts on the last time I saw Richard? Okay. I hope you guys keep me as your host because I know I'm being a little ridiculous tonight, but I'm just having a good time. Okay. We have talked about songs that lent themselves to their simple arrangements, like For the Roses. Well, the next song, Borderline, to me, was so successful in its original version because the hard-hitting impact of the lyrics, all you needed was the message, the guitar, and the voice. And that's what made Borderline probably one of my top 20 favorite Joni Mitchell songs, out maybe 10. I just feel like, I remember when we talked about this during the Turbulent Indigo, I think I got teary-eyed. Like, this song is so relevant. And to me, this version does not do anything for me at all. So who here, do not be influenced by my negativity, does anybody give Borderline a thumbs up? The Travelogue version. Jack, are you lonely? Being the only one with the thumbs up. Okay, who gives it a sideways? Oh, we got 3. Oh, 4. And who gives it a thumbs down? Okay, so we have 1, 4, and 4. Right? Did I count right? All right, looks like we have some people ready to talk. We have Ruben, we have Jim, we have Chris, and then we have Jack. Ruben, take it away.
Sorry, I was up from last time.
Oh, sorry. Jim, you're back.
Okay, one side, Ruben, one side. By this time, I'm just totally weary with this album. I'm going to draw an analogy here to Sean Colvin's albums. The ones that were produced by John Leventhal, like 2.5 of them, were just terrific. Okay, yes, it's one person singing, like through 2.5 albums, but the thing is, he added so many different spices, tempos, backgrounds, solos, instruments, that it doesn't sound like the same person all the time. And then, and the half of that third album, I think, was produced by somebody else. But then after that, she became self-produced, and it was like, what happened to Sean Colvin? It was like, now, and Bonnie Raitt is the same way. Every Bonnie Raitt, and I'm going to see Bonnie Raitt tomorrow. But
you are so right, Jim, about that. Her last few albums, oh my! After Fundamental was the end for me.
And she's a great songwriter, but my God, the albums are just like, they're tough sledding. Okay, I'll keep it polite and say tough sledding. Okay, and for me, Bonnie Raitt is the same way. It's like no matter who produces her, they all come out with the same medium tempo, and she's singing it with almost the same emotion, with few exceptions. And every single song seems like it has a slight guitar solo in it. And so that's, unfortunately, by this point in the album, I just can't even listen to Borderline, Yeah. And it's a great song, but I'm just weary of it. And so it's thumbs down for me just because I've lost my patience. And it's got that thing where it's just a very slow plodding backing by Vince Mendoza. And by this time when I'm listening to it, I can't even enjoy the words anymore. It's just like, oh, I demand you shoot me now, Bugs Bunny. The American poet Bugs Bunny. I'm out.
Me and my friends used to laugh in high school how when Bonnie Raitt would do like the slide guitar solo, she always like look at you out the side of her eye with that look like, I know I'm badass. All right. But Jim, all her songs do have that medium tempo. You're so right. All right, Chris and Jack are next.
Well, it's one of those. It's one of these long music cues opens up this track, and it goes on way too long. It really does. It's too ambient, I think. That said, though, when Blade comes in and is brushing the rhythm, it's good from that point on. I enjoy the song from that point on. I enjoy her vocal. I think it's a less folky acoustic kind of version of it, but it's mature somehow. Is it a big improvement over the original? Hell's no, but it's decent at least. I don't think it breaks a new ground, but it's something it feels a little different for me, and yet still supports all the ideas and the language she uses well.
I went out to eat with one of my friends from Busch Gardens, and he was hitting on this girl at this hot dog place, and he goes, "Hey girl, you look decent." So that's how I feel about Borderline. It's decent. Jack, save this podcast. Save it.
I like this version a lot, and I love this song so much that I'm just happy she put it on this album. Anything to give this song more exposure, as limited as that exposure probably was. And I like this version. But probably more importantly, I'm really glad that she put it on this album. I think it's, like you said, it's so extremely relevant, probably more relevant today than it was back then.
Well, got some exposure. Chris's friends from his job did get copies. All right, Jim.
In my world, to call a Joni Mitchell track decent is a slam.
Yeah.
It's like that Paul Simon line where he goes, "She looked at me and I guess she thought I was all right in a sort of limited way for an off night." That's a slam.
My favorite pickup line is, "Are you alone or what?" That's that was in a Long Island bar a long time ago.
You alone?
Yeah, that's dripping with 718
What?
and 516.
Yeah. Very sexy.
Well, we have reached the end of this Travelogue road. Haven't we? Yep, we have. So, the last song, you would think that this song would lend itself to since the song is about the passage of time, theoretically, an older and wiser version should be serviceable and do the job that should be done. However, I don't need that from this song. I like that. I think this is a folk song that you sing with the Lookout Mountain Choir with the damn guitar in Laurel Canyon. I don't need the 70-piece orchestra. But maybe not everyone agrees. Who gives the Circle Game, the orchestral version, a thumbs up? We got 4. Who gives it a sideways? Who gives it a thumbs down?
No, I'm shocked.
Oh, 1, 2, 3. I can't even count that high because I'm so tired. Okay. Does anybody? Chris, your hand is up. And then Ruben.
Yeah, I'll get this out of the way real fast. She closes the record with it, in a way that kind of almost presumes like it's going to take its place next to the orchestral version of Both Sides Now, and being that earth-shattering a reconstitution and a revisit. I don't think it's that successful, to be honest. I just don't know that the age and wisdom. It's kind of like there's already so much time in the narrative of the song that applying the veneer of her own doesn't necessarily add much to the storytelling. I have to say it out loud, I think this is probably one of the most overrated songs that she did. that she created. It's one of the most beloved, bear none. I mean, people adore this song, and they raise their kids knowing it, and kids are learning it in kindergarten and preschool and grade school and growing up with it, and it's important for them. But in the sphere of her entire body of work, it's, I don't know, it's not a very deep track for me anyway.
I think what's successful about this song as a composition is how effective the foreshadowing was coming from her young voice. It's a pretty simple song, but she's talking about some very adult things that probably are going to turn out to be true when she gets older. But when you flip the lens and take an older her looking backwards instead of forward, it's not as successful to me, because it's kind of that naivety is that the word, and the innocence of the original version and the original delivery. When she starts talking about some heavier things in the last verse, like, oh, you kind of understand what's going to happen in life. But to me, when you flip the mirror, it just isn't as effective to me.
Wasn't she just saying in Neil Young, I hear you and I'm going to raise you?
Okay, we have Ruben, then David, then Sue, then Bob.
Like I said, I listened to this song today in the car, and I agree with you, Chris. I think this is one of her most overrated songs. It's lovely. It's cute. I haven't paid that much attention to it, to be honest with you. I liked it when I heard it, and that was it. But this version, I was driving the car today, and I was just weeping and weeping and weeping. And for whatever reason, the emotional wallop that I think she intended with this version totally worked on me, which is funny because it doesn't usually. I don't like being told. I don't like being told how to feel with a song, and I feel like this one very much does that. Like, you will love this, and it will make you cry because it's so awesome, and pay attention to it because it's the closer, and obviously it's important. But it totally worked on me. I don't know why it hit me that way today, but I loved this track today.
You were manipulated.
It totally manipulated me. It did. Go,
Okay.
Joni.
David, you're next.
Just everything Ruben just said. Yes. And it worked for me. It really did. And I did think, oh, it's just like both sides now, And I thought, yeah, great, thank you. And I've never liked the song, frankly, Circle Game. But
I feel like this is the "Oops, I Did It Again" of the album. Sue, you're next.
Unmute.
You're muted.
Sorry. I feel awful about giving this song a thumbs down. But you know what? I just didn't enjoy listening to it. Because the emotional thing, and I agree with this whole thing about, like, it's a song that you play to a kid or to a group of, picnickers or something. And I think it lost, I don't know, maybe I should listen to it again.
Look at David's like, yes, and I'm like, no, you don't have to.
I play this song a lot. I enjoy playing this song. I do all my practicing in a certain tuning, and this song is an open G, and there's so many great songs you can play in a row in that tuning, and I always play it when I'm in that tuning. I like the way she guitar picks on it, and it is a classic. And I would say that in a way it's a folk standard. It's not a standard, but it's a folk standard. And I think that this album would have been better if they just did the songs that were more standards in a sense that, or in a way that, maybe the more mature songs that she did, like, Wild Things Run Fast, the song sounded great, right? For some reason, this song for me didn't really translate that well into an orchestral song. And I think it's because it's a simple song. I mean, it's the simplicity of it and the simplicity of the message is really, you know, really works when it's just, you know, one person and a guitar, you know. That's just my opinion.
I agree with that opinion. I love the original. Bob, Mark, then Jack.
Yeah, it's a beautiful song. It's one of Joni's most popular covers. It's a campfire song. I mean, I actually have covers from camping groups that have done choral versions of this song together. I performed it at a benefit for my son's high school graduation, and it was all I could do to get through this. It's a 5-minute long song. It was all I could do to get through it without crying about the passage of time with my own son, who's going to be getting married next month. But does it deserve this orchestral treatment? No. Again, it's not an appropriate treatment for this, you know, for this song. I don't know. I will say that Wayne Shorter once again is a big distraction with his strangling a cat saxophone on this track. The song I love as a covers guy, I adore it because he's had like 500 covers of Circle Game and many more to come. As Sue said, it's a standard. It's going to be done and again and again and again by anybody who has children. And, you know, you try to drag your feet on that carousel to slow it down and you can't, because here you go. Anyway, I'm babbling, but it's a great song. I wouldn't put it on this record. I'm done.
Okay, Mark.
Well, this song, I think about it in the context of it's copyrighted 1966, so it was sometime after she had Killoran. And thinking about this child whose life is being lived somewhere else, you don't know where, you don't know if you'll ever see this child again. To me, that gives more of a poignancy to the song. And I hear where everybody else is coming from. It does sound like a camp song that you'd sing around the campfire. That I think Joni used the example of 8th grade graduation. And there's one particular line that she sings, and she says, 16 springs and 16 summers, and she kind of pauses and she goes, gone now. Like, you know, it's just gone before you know it. And this child's life is going to be gone by, and she's going to be an adult, and maybe I'll never see her again. And I don't know if that ever occurred to her when she was singing it or when she wrote it, but to me, it gives the song kind of a poignancy that maybe you might not think of otherwise. That's all. And I like this version.
Okay, we have Jack and then David.
Yeah, I think poignancy is a perfect description of it. I like this version a lot. I do think that an older woman singing it does bring a level of poignancy to it. I recently went to a Joni tribute thing where they did Blue, but it was an older woman performing Blue in its entirety. And a lot of those songs took on a completely different tone or meaning coming from someone of that age. And I think it works very well on this song. I liked it a lot. I thought it was a very logical ending to this album.
All right, David.
One recommendation, if people really do listen to this album again or songs from this, I would really recommend listening to it in a car, driving through the country or something, that, you know, where your mind is just letting the music kind of sweep over you. I think you may get a completely different reaction to it.
Okay.
This is an actual question. Why is Both Sides Now, which is to me sort of a simple tune and a song that I never really loved before the orchestral version came out. Why is that appropriate for an orchestral treatment, but a circle game it isn't? They're both kind of, on the face of it, the lyrics are pretty simplistic for both of them, and the tune is pretty simplistic for both of them. And I think, maybe it's just that by the time you listen to the rest of this album, you just think, stop. But I don't know. I just don't get that point.
I got two things before we move on. First of all, Jack, with the price of gas, how much would a trip driving around listening to Travelogue actually cost these days? Second of all, David, I thought with both sides now, when she says I've looked at life from both sides now, she really did. Like, she looked at it from that age, then she really literally looked at it from this other age. And with Circle Game, she's just simply talking about the cycle of years instead of actually saying, like, I lived this.
It's third person Circle Game as opposed to first person in both sides now. And then her age becomes part of the patina in a very different way.
I kind of agree with you, Dave, though. They're cut from the same piece of cloth to me. They're definitely from the same neighborhood.
All right.
Can I just make another comment?
Yeah, of course.
I really feel like, and I have a prejudice in this way, so I don't mean this is actually, true for everybody. But Circle Game really seems to come out of a basic folk song type of thing. Both Sides Now seems to me like a broader standard that has, they both, like, folks, the Circle Game is more like about a child.
Now. Okay.
And I don't know, maybe it's not a big distinction, but there's something about Both Sides Now that is a little bit more universal in the sense that, it speaks to a lot of people. And, the cover, Bob will tell you that the covers of Both Sides Now are more on a level of, all different types of genres. Circle Game is only like folk. That's how it seems to me, but, I may be wrong.
It seems that both is a triptych of the same life almost, but Circle Game is like chapters in a novel, or a biography.
Well, they're both Joni Mitchell songs, and she balances songs on a pin. So the structures of her songs are really important to her. So she wrote them both in the same way that she writes songs. But I just feel that there's something a little bit more universal about Both Sides Now, in a sense that it speaks to almost everybody.
It really worked as a torch song, where Circle Game would never really work.
Yeah, it's more like so Circle Game is you're growing into like an adult, but Both Sides Now is like you have adulthood in your face, and you're accepting, like you're trying to accept the changes that are going on a very deeper level. That's just how it seems to me. But I agree that they're both huge songs that are still extremely popular today.
All right, David, is your hand still up from before, or do you have something to add? No? Okay, Mark, you're next, and then Jim.
Well, yeah, both the songs are, in comparison with some of what she wrote later in her career, they're simple, but they're also extremely eloquent, and they touch on some really universal and wonderful insights. So it's hard for me just to say they're both simple songs.
Yeah, they're not really that simple.
And right. And the circle game, I don't know, I do get something different from this version from her perspective as an older woman. Like I said, that line 16 summers gone now. And at this point in my life, it's like, where the hell did the last 40 years go? You know? And I tell me that. I haven't been able to figure it out, but anyway, it's under the rug or in the closet or somewhere. What's that?
Tell me when you do.
So I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind
Not sure where I want to go with that, but circle game does seem less of a standard. I agree with that, but I don't know that makes it any less of a song than Both Sides Now.
No, not less. I was just, I don't know.
Well, I think in Both Sides Now, she's talking about love and the experience of love, which gives the Both Sides Now a very feminine quality. Mm-hmm. And for her to sing that as an older woman, to me, it's just the right ingredients all coming together. To me, Circle Game, someone said, is a third person song. It really doesn't have the love, the gender that Both Sides Now has to me, especially with her later version.
Yeah, and the thing is too is that just because I think the orchestral version of Circle Game is a little less, I mean, that's just my opinion. I mean, I think that there have been versions of Circle Game that have been really amazing. But and I also have a prejudice against folk music in a sense that is hard to shake.
All right, we have Jim and then Chris.
She's not a folk singer.
I think the prejudice against folk music in my life is that at an early age, I kind of felt it was hokey. And although I'm grateful for a couple things I heard tonight. One of them is that one's in the first person and the other one's in the third person. I think that's really insightful. And I think Kratzman would have written cliche all over Circle Game, but not Both Sides Now. But to actually explain why I think that, I don't know. I don't know. I think one's profound and the other one's just kind of twee. I'm out.
Well, how many verses are in Circle Game? 3 or 4. She's just talking about different decades. And the thing about Both Sides Now is, what's the first verse? She's talking about clouds, then love, then life. And to me, that is a lot deeper and stronger than just talking about, 4 different decades. Because she's starting off small, then getting bigger, then the damn meaning of life. Like, to do that in a 4-minute folk song, and then to do it again as a mature artist, I don't know. I think they're leagues apart. Even though I love Circle Game. Chris, your hand is up.
They are leagues apart, but we're comparing them because she's applied a treatment that we are leaning to equilibrate them, but they're really not anything equal to each other. Both Sides Now, being each individual verse, she's applying her own knowledge to or her own perspectives on, building up to the meaning of life, as you said. Circle Game, the only place she really applies her own perspective is when she restates the chorus and places herself watching the carousel going, we were captive on the carousel of time. I mean, yes, we've learned something new to reapply for the next the next time we hear it, but it's somebody else's story. It's not her story the way Both Sides Now is. And that's why it's kind of like I'm beginning to resent the fact that the window dressing that's been placed on these two songs is putting them in a position for us to want to compare them to one another, and contrast them with each other.
In a way, I feel like Circle Game is like his story, so then it becomes their story. With both sides now, it's her story, but then it becomes our story because we can really put ourselves in those shoes and be so moved by it, right?
Well said.
Yeah.
I'm
All right.
really glad I asked that question. That was fabulous discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, it was great.
I think that both of those songs try to start out with the premise, gee, life is a mystery, isn't it? And one of the answers is just more eloquent than the other.
Sure. All right. Well, we have reached the end of Travelogue, and I have a question for everybody. Off the top of your head, can you think of one Joni Mitchell song that you wish would have been on Travelogue? I'm going to start off. Everyone might disagree, but I would have loved to hear an orchestral version of Shadows and Light.
That would have been amazing.
Yep. Instead of all the damn weird synthesizers, done something big and grand with the orchestra.
Well, keeping on hissing, I would have loved Sweet Bird.
Oh, shit.
That would have been good too.
All right, anyone, go ahead and jump in if you got anything.
I would have gone with Jungle Line.
Damn!
They could have done that.
The timpani, like a timpani.
Yeah.
I'm going with Jericho.
Oh,
that would be good.
I would say she ruined enough songs with this album. Why add any more?
I'm kind of with Bob on that. I don't want any more. I like some. I didn't like some. But I don't want any more. No more coconut.
No more coconut.
There is
like
a
the box.
version. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, I feel like the whole box was coconut except for one. Okay, sorry to interrupt you though. Go ahead.
If this was an actual box of candy and it was mine, it would be 2/3 full, and all the ones left would have a finger poke in the bottom because it would have looked to see. You know how you used to do that when you were a kid?
You'd be like Lucy and Ethel when they're at the chocolate factory
with the finger poke and all those chocolates. There is a version of Coyote that didn't make it on here, and I remember somebody posted it on the list a while back, and you could hear it there was an interview, like a Q&A she did, and they played part of it, and you could hear it in the interview, and it sounded kind of interesting. I would love to hear it. Maybe it'll pop up on one of the box sets.
I wonder if there's more that she recorded than just Coyote. I wonder what else she has.
Me too.
Did you say you had it, Bob?
I don't have that. No.
Oh, you don't have that. Okay.
No.
All right. Well, we have reached the end of this long road.
We finished it though.
This was a good discussion.
Somebody was just saying they don't know where the years of their life went. I feel like the last year of my life just went out the window listening to this album from beginning to end.
Appreciate the effort, though, Jeremy.
Oh,
thank you again.
Oh yeah.
I remember a few months back, weren't we like, we don't need a travelogue discussion? I'm like, yes, we do. We need to talk about this album. Okay, the moment of truth. Scale of 1 to 10. What do you rate Travelogue, Joni Mitchell? We're starting with my upper left-hand corner. Now, remember, Dave Blackburn gave it a 7. So we're going to put that out there. What did Paz give it?
I think he gave it between a 6 and a 7.
Okay, and Robin didn't give us her rating before she left, did she? Okay. So, Robin, if you're watching the YouTube, leave it in the comments because we all want to know. Ruben, you're first. What do you give it? Scale of 1 to 10.
I'd give it a 7.
A 7? Okay.
I like the effort. Noble effort.
E for effort. Bob, what do you give Travelogue?
It's a 3.
A 3?
It shouldn't exist.
I'm going to give it a 6.
A 6? Okay. Mark?
I'll say 7.
7. Okay. Jack?
Yeah, I would say was definitely a vanity project, but it's one I like. I give it a 7.
A 7? Okay. I see a lot. We get a lot of 7s here. Chris?
Do I have to include? Should I include thoughts on the packaging as well as the music?
You can do 2.
No.
Yeah. Okay. No.
Sonics only.
Sonics only. Okay. All right. So I said it should have been one album, so that should be a 5. But if it was one album, that album would be a 10. So it gets a 7.5.
Okay.
That's fair.
All right, Jim.
6.
A 6. David?
5.
A 5. Let's see. I really like the Dawn Treader. That's 1 out of 22 songs. I think I gave Both Sides Now a 2, didn't I? So I'm gonna have to go ahead and give Travelogue a 1. I give it a 1 out of 10. I think it's a complete waste of time. I think Joni Mitchell really wanted to hear what her song sounded like with an orchestra, but I'm here to say that I love her original version so much. So Joni, if you're watching this, it's not that I don't like the songs, but your original versions were so meaningful and perfect to me. These did nothing to add to that, except for Dawn Treader. All right.
I have something to say.
Please say it. Anybody say anything you want.
Okay. So Paz says, she's Joni Mitchell. She can do what she wants, and I think that's fine. And I think
Of course.
if I were in Joni's shoes, I would say I want the 70-piece orchestra, and God damn it, I would do a 70-piece orchestra.
Yep, she earned it.
I don't want to fucking listen to it.
Yeah.
Joni Mitchell, she can do what she wants, and God love her. And yeah. And why do shit, all the covers from both, whatever it is that we just listened to, both sides now? Because you want to, because it must be fabulous to fucking sing those songs with an orchestra. How much fun is that? And go ahead, but good for her. But
And I think one of the things about this particular set of songs was she said that she wanted to be able to just go in and sing them.
Mm-hmm.
Not have to worry about playing an instrument or doing an arrangement or anything else. She just wanted to go in and sing them.
She can come to any Joni Fest and sing them. I would welcome her.
I'm glad to purchase and share anything she wants to lay down on tape.
Me too.
Sure, me too.
So power to her. Let her do it. I will put this record on every so often, and I'm fine with it. I don't avoid it. I don't avoid any of my Joni Mitchell purchases or records or anything except the arrangement.
Oh.
That was going to be my other remark. That would be a worse opener for this record than
The arrangement.
The arrangement.
That's so funny. I remember from that Ladies of the Candies Kiss, that has always been one of my favorite.
I like arrangement. I don't mind it.
Always like that one. That's funny. It's
So I will say, as a listener, every artist I love, there's a thing that makes me love them. And what I love about Joni Mitchell is actually her musical performances, her production, and her lyrics being a signpost to where she was in her life at that time. So this album doesn't give me any of the reasons why I love Joni Mitchell. So, she can do whatever she wants, and we all have the right to like it or not. And we're going to buy it, Joni. Don't worry. You got our money. You got our money. You have our hearts. You have our time. We just talked about this damn 1-star album for 5 hours. So
True.
All right.
Our archives. That's what I
We're definitely going to go through the archives. We might have to take a couple months break to listen to them.
Yeah.
All right, friends. Thank you to my Patreon subscribers. Thank you to the YouTube subscribers. But most of all, thank you to Joni Mitchell. But most of all, thank you to my friends for welcoming me back, even though my face looks stupid. We are going to be back next month to talk about her comeback on the Starbucks Here Now label, Shine. So I will see you all next month. Bye, everybody.
Do we have a date for next month?
Yes. I can tell you what it is. Let me pause. Bye, everybody.